Yeah, it's been up. I've been up. It's been up waiting. Hello, I'm live.
Okay, I'm in now.
He's flipping heck, man.
Oh, that was a job and a half.
Cut me off. I'll just cut you off. Robert, long time no see, my friend.
Hello, Richard. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm not too bad. Shame about Halloween, wasn't it? It just didn't work out.
No, it's not, Rob. Too many people have been doing about Halloween. It's common. You just know to avoid it, don't we? Well, I mean, we can briefly go through it, but I don't want to dwell on it just because. Hello, I'm live.
Okay, I'm in.
He's flipping heck, man. That's me in the background.
Right. Let me turn my YouTube off, Rich. That might be doing a bit of interference. Hang on.
It was me, mate. Sir Feb. How are you doing, my friend? I forgot your name, Sir Feb. You come up with your name, didn't you? So it's 1 in 990,000, I think. Charles VF for janitor. Yeah. There's a link up there. I put a link in. Have I put? Is a link in there? Oh yeah, there's a link there. If anybody wants, oh, my camera keeps playing up. Yeah, if you want to talk about briefly, talk about Halloween, Rob, get it off your chest, mate.
No. It's probably more applicable. With Christmas coming up, maybe we'll do a live stream about the origins of Christmas and the pagan origins of Christmas and all that type of thing.
Yeah.
Halloween's gone now, so like you say, a lot of people have covered it anyway.
There he is again. Yeah. But this the thing is, I've got a routine to deal with people that come around my door. So if I get somebody knock on the door and there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can if a little kid comes up to you dressed like a skeleton, he says, "Oh, trick or treat, mate." Camera's going again. Trick or treat. I'll say, "Oh, thanks. I'll have the treat."
Yeah. Give me your sweets now. Everything you've accumulated in the last half hour from all the doorsteps, I want them. Give me a treat. Yeah, nice one. I like that.
And this is another thing. Is I would give them a load of spiel, and I'd say, "Look, well, what do you want?" And they might say, "Oh, we want some sweets, mister." I'll say, "Well, they're bad for your health. They're bad for your health. Let me give you a book. Let me give you a book to read, or something like that." There's nothing that you can you've even given them a bit of fruit. It ain't healthy. Yeah. Modern fruit it isn't healthy, is it? Unless it comes in a glass. I got coffee, mate. No end.
Hello. About Christmas. I mean, nowadays the kids get iPhones, video game consoles. In the olden days, it was an apple, an orange, some nuts, and maybe a few coppers to spend.
Yeah. Oh, oh, absolutely.
The whole nation goes into debt. The whole nation goes into debt over Christmas.
Yeah.
And 9 out of 10 times the presents that people buy for people aren't wanted or used even. It's just a joke.
Absolutely, 100%.
It's commercialized now, Christmas, Rich. It's commercialized, very commercialized.
It's always been like that, Rob. Ever since Santa. Santa was it's like from They Live, the film, isn't it? Consume, buy. It's all about getting people to spend more money than they've actually got, going into debt, which is fundamentally it's got to be instigated by the banks.
Of course it is.
Hello, Moira. If you want to come on at any point.
They want people to get into debt, Rich. They want people to spend more than they can. And most people are still paying for last Christmas this year.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So I've actually got in the title of this video, because another one was about boycotting. The live stream is about reactive versus proactive.
Yeah.
Okay. And also boycotting stuff is being proactive. Okay. That's an action that is having an effect on whatever. Oh, this camera is a pain in the arse.
It doesn't know your face, Richard. That's what it is.
Oh, thank you, Rob.
I thought proactive was something to do with your gut. You know, these adverts you see about these proactive things that you drink.
Yeah. No, I think that's probiotics, Rob. I think.
I know.
I know you know. Yeah, but I mean, so I mean that actually sort of by going off topic with talking about Christmas and Halloween. There is something about Halloween that pisses me off. It's all these pumpkins. You can get a pumpkin. Like a pumpkin could probably feed a family for a week if you get a big pumpkin. You can get them for about like £3.
Yeah.
And what do most people do with them? They scoop out the
flesh.
They scoop
flesh.
out the flesh. That's it. They scoop out the useful bit, throw it in the throw it in the bin.
Yeah.
You know, pumpkin seeds are are so nutritious, it's unbelievable. And pumpkin flesh, I got a pumpkin out on the side I grew. And it's called a Connecticut, which is like Connecticut. They spell it like Connecticut. Yeah, and a neighbour on the plot gave me one. But I managed to grow one. But he said, "Oh, what you want to do?" He said, "is," and I grew it in my compost bin. He said, "Oh, what you want to do?" He says, "You want to get 1 or 2 on there, and then you want to cut the end off and cut all the things off, so you've got all the energy going into 1 or 2." And I wasn't grown up for Halloween. I've still got it out on the side. They keep for months and months and months. So if you bought one now, Rob, and you know, because they're so cheap, you get them for like 10 bob now, don't you?
10 bob, 50p. Yeah. You're giving your age away now.
10 bob. If you bought them now, they keep for months and months and months and months and months and months and months, Rob. And you can chili-ize them. You like your chili and garlic, and
yeah, I do.
Soup out of them, etc.
One thing I've never had is pumpkin pie. Have you ever had pumpkin pie?
Have I ever had pumpkin pie? I probably have, but I don't recall having it. I know pumpkins are massive in well, massive. They're big, but they're also a big edible in America, aren't they? People actually eat them, I think, in America.
Yeah.
They do pumpkin pie. It's got to be where it come from, pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
Did you just reactive equals negative? Hello, Zoo. Welcome again. You coming on for a natter? Yeah, but that's one thing that pisses me off about Halloween is the waste. You know, it's the same with Christmas. There's so much waste. Think of all the paper for wrapping presents.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
All the cards. You know, people don't. It was my birthday a week before Halloween. My mum sent me a card. It's the only card I got. To Rich, thinking of you today. Love, Mum and Dad. See you soon. Oh, fuck it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, there's just so much waste, and you know, all this cardboard, and they're moaning about the, you know, the environment. Too much carbon. Well, if you didn't cut so much trees down for your Christmas wrapping and your boxes from Amazon, that's why it's called Amazon. It's because it's pretty much all boxes. I'm going again. It's pretty much all boxes made of trees, probably cut down from the Amazon forest.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know? But there's so much waste. But Halloween, apparently there's so more children go missing Halloween than any other time of the year.
Yeah, that's very true. I've got a few. Let me just read this out. I looked at this last week. See if I can get it up. Bear with me 1 second. Where are we? Oh, come on.
That's a real dog, that. That's a real dog, that. And this, it sort of half upset me, this, because they got this dog in the bath with bubbles. And I bet that dog's thinking, gosh, flipping out. Not again. I had to do this last year. Yeah. But it's just so much, everything's just so wasteful.
What it is with Halloween, mate, kids go out, they dress up, they all think it's all fun, you know. They think it's their night to go out and get as much sweets, confectionery, and all that, or we'll play a trick on you. And they don't see the origins of it, and the parents aren't aware of the origins of it. But Halloween extends way beyond the present-day affairs. Halloween's dark history includes a celebration of communicating with the dead and wearing masks made from dead animals. That was in the olden days, obviously. The day we now celebrate as Halloween has its roots in pagan customs, which we know already, and that dates back more than 2,000 years. It's to do with the Celtic New Year, and the Celtic New Year was originally called Samhain. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Who? Sam who?
Samhain. Yes, that's the Celtic New Year, which translates to summer's end in Gaelic. So, you know, it's been passed on through the generations, but what they don't realise that it's involved with the supernatural.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Communicating with the dead. What's that in Mexico that they do? There's a thing in Mexico, the Day of the Dead. That's very similar. Yeah. Very similar.
Yeah. For me, boycotting something is proactive, even if it means not doing anything. It's doing less than something, isn't it? Being boycotting something like the BBC. I'm still aghast at how many people still pay the BBC television license, even though they don't trust the BBC.
Yeah.
I'm still aghast at it. Just say, fuck it, boycott it. I'm boycotting it.
Yeah.
And there is a way around. There is a way around legally of watching television.
Yeah, there is.
Like you got
as long as you don't watch live TV, you don't need a TV license.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a fact. If you don't watch live TV, you do not need a TV license. But going back to the origins of Halloween, Rich, sorry to stop you there. That Samhain is it?
Hold it. What's the last date of Halloween then? What's the last day of Halloween? How long does it go for? Because it ain't just the 31st.
It's not just that night. It does go on a little bit longer. I'm not sure about that.
I think it might start on my birthday, actually, a week before. But I know it starts before, and it goes on longer than a day, isn't it? Because, well, it is, isn't it? It's like a festival, like a.
Well, it's the time. It's the time when supposedly that the veil between the living and the dead is opened, and those that want to communicate can come through. But the original spiritual meaning of Halloween in Celtic traditions, I'm reading this from what I looked up earlier. Halloween, or Samhain as it was called, was a day when the line between the living and the deceased was blurred. And on this day each year, Celtic priests, known as Druids, were able to communicate with the spirit world. What does the Bible say about communicating with the spirit world?
Well, I would imagine it's don't do it.
Exactly. That's one of the things that is forbidden. Do not communicate or try to attempt to communicate with the dead.
Yeah.
Druids dressed in animal skins impersonated the dead and offered harvest-themed sacrifices to their gods around bonfires. This is the origins. And the jack-o'-lantern, you've heard of the jack-o'-lantern?
The what?
The jack-o'-lantern, you know, the carved out pumpkin with the light.
Yeah. Waste of a vegetable.
It's something that most people have always done without questioning why it's part of celebrating Halloween. But the story behind the jack-o'-lantern is actually creepy. The tradition of carving jack-o'-lanterns is based in Ireland. It began with turnips. According to the Michigan State University, legend has it that a man named Stingy Jack trapped the devil and said he would only let him go if the devil promised Jack he would never go to hell. The devil agreed, but Jack failed to consider that not going to hell didn't mean he would go to heaven either. So Jack ended up what is known as purgatory in some religious traditions. And he was condemned to roam the earth as a ghost for all eternity. And the lantern may also have emerged as a way for people in remote areas to scare away unwanted visitors.
Yeah.
So it's all to do with the spiritual and the, you know, communicating with the dead. And the Bible very clearly states that you must not attempt to communicate with the dead, because the dead are dead, and it is demons that you're actually communicating with, not dead people.
Hello, Uncle. I did actually, excuse me, Rob. Yeah, all that, but it ain't good. I know that.
Yeah.
You know, and getting children to dress up as skeletons and ghouls and ghosts.
Yeah.
You know, witches. It was witches, really, isn't it? But, you know, it used to be all witches and skeletons. It ain't a good thing.
Right.
It ain't a good thing.
Well, on that point you've just made there about kids dressing up, another one here about the purpose of Halloween costumes. It says the origin, excuse me, the origin of the Halloween costume may actually have a practical purpose to blend in with spirits. And that's according to the Museum of Arts and Science. During Samhain, which was what was known as Halloween, Celtic people believed that there was a heightened ability to communicate with the spirit world. And not everyone thought that was a good idea. So they tried to blend in with them instead. So if you look like a spirit, you'd be more likely to be left alone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, so boycott.
It's all to do, basically, it's all to do with communicating with dead spirits, which the Bible quite clearly says you must not do.
Don't do it, or else.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so being proactive, you just got to say, listen, I ain't interested in it. So you got to boycott it.
Yeah.
And secondly, if you want to be proactive, you do what you just done, and you go out in the streets and you just go out with your bell, saying, "Hear ye."
Or as Monty Python would say, "Bring out your dead! Bring out your dead!"
Yeah.
So I'm a big Monty Python fan, Rich.
Oh, I am as well. Yeah. Right. Cool. I actually come on your live stream, but the chat didn't come up at the side. I listened to a bit, but for some reason the chat was blank. There was nothing there. I couldn't comment. I couldn't do anything. It was the other day, wasn't it? And I sort of went through, and I think there was like 3 of you there nattering away, and yeah, so I caught a bit of it, and it was very. I think it's probably very, very late, like I don't know, 2 o'clock in the morning, something like here. But I did sort of catch part of it. But Perilous Ex-Prep, Uncle Paranoia.
Hi, Perilous.
Sir Feb.
You see, the thing is, most parents innocently, most parents, Rich, innocently, they let the kids dress up, go out, trick-or-treating, and they think it's just a fun night. And they haven't delved a little bit deeper into where all this stems from and what it means and the implications.
That's why, Rob, people don't question culture, do they? It's the culture,
Exactly.
it's the culture of the world, really. Well, I say the world, it's America, Britain, Europe. You look at Germany and how they ghoul worship and things like that. Like St. Nicholas, things like that. It's all ghoul worship. It's up to firstly to boycott these things, and then secondly to be proactive in sharing the truth out in the streets.
Yeah.
Sharing stuff just on the internet ain't gonna do a huge amount. It's not gonna reach people that need to know, because most, anybody that comes in the chat here surely know that the earth is flat and Jesus Christ wasn't born on December the 25th. That Halloween is all about trying to contact the dead.
Yeah.
They've probably never seen the film They Live. They still believe man landed on the moon.
Yeah.
They don't believe the Bible. Most don't question tradition because it feels good. That's pretty much, absolutely. It's a feel good factor. And it's probably the only bit of fun they have in their lives these days is these pagan holidays.
Yeah.
Really. This is the last Christmas. This is at Wham time. This last Christmas, I gave you my heart. But this one, 2024 Christmas, the end of 23, mate. Honestly. But anyway, so boycott is, and boycott Halloween. But not just boycotting it, it's educating people. So this is what I say: if somebody come knocking on my door, and people avoid me because I'm a grumpy old swine. What do you want? No, I'm not that. I'd just say, listen, do you know what it's all about? And I'll thank you for that.
I believe you, Richard.
In a simple way, to get something across is not to flood people with too much information. Is to keep it simple and say, do you know what Halloween's all about, little 9-year-old boy? It's about communicating with the dead, and it's the time of year when most children go missing because they get snatched by dirty old men when you knock on their door. And that's it.
I believe what you said earlier, Richard. I believe when you said that when they come knocking to your door, you turn around and say, "Give me your sweets. I want a treat. Never mind you."
Yeah.
Treat.
Ooh, love the treat, thank you. And this is the thing. Got to ask them what's a trick, and if they might say, "Oh, we're going to stick dog poo through your letterbox," I say, "Well, that's against the law." That. And if I was going to give them a treat because their mum was there, I'd have to go through the spiel and say, well, sweets are bad. Glucose fructose syrup. It ain't you find a sweet that's made of sugar. Now, you'd be hard pressed to find any sweet that's made of sugar and flavoring, natural flavoring. Everything's glucose fructose syrup. And it's even worse than sugar for the human body. And I'll tell them all that. So I said, I ain't giving you sweets. I ain't giving you chocolate because that's the same. And chocolate is most chocolate is now handed out made by Nestle. And do you know what Nestle? And so you can go through all the spiel of how everything has been toxified.
Yeah.
Just
give them a bag of veg and say, "Here, eat that."
No. I'll say, well, I give you an apple and an orange, but they're all pesticided. And it's
not if they're in your allotment.
Everything's genetic.
Give them the veg off your allotment, Rich.
I'd say you can have some garlic. And they go,
yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what they need.
That's it. Yeah, garlic. Have a couple of cloves of garlic. All organic. It's organic as anything can be these days. But yeah, they're just.
I'll tell you what, Rich. I eat a lot of garlic. I love garlic. I put it in every dish I cook.
Yeah, you got to grow it, mate. Get it in. Get some in a pot now. Now's the time of year to get some in. Just snap some in a pot, Rob. You put it on your patio, and it'll overwinter, and then boom, next year you'll have garlic growing. Just go to the co-op and buy what is it, like a bulb? It's a bulb. It's one. A clove is just one. Michael, how are you doing, my friend? No arguing tonight. I don't want any falling out in my chat. Well, in our chat, in my chat, I'm not wanting any trolls, but I don't want any falling out. You've got to kiss and make up. Honestly, we're all on the same side, bro. Honestly, we're all on the same side. Any differences we've got one common enemy, and it's called .gov and above. I'm not talking about above. I'm talking about the puppeteers. That's our common enemy. We shouldn't be fighting among ourselves or falling out.
Yeah.
I'm right, Rob, aren't I? Yeah, you know that.
Dead right. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and then I'll give you your spanner back, Michael.
Who's
So I
got the
took
spanner tonight, Rich? Who's got the spanner?
I've got loads of spanners. I'm giving spanners to everybody that I like. I'm going to go back to me live stream in a minute and just dish out some spanners.
That explains why I haven't got one then.
Oh, you haven't got a spanner? I don't like you. Uncle Paranoia. I'm over looking at yeah, I don't want anybody what I don't want is let me just do this. I want to explain something about modding, okay, on my channel, on my live streams. I'm not being an asshole. Is what I don't want. If somebody wants to block a comment, I'd rather see it beforehand. Unless it's those sex ones, you can get rid of those. Boom, all jump on them. Or better still is if you report them, because eventually, rather than just blocking them and they move somewhere else, they get that channel taken down. They start a new one up, but it's a bit more hassle for them. But if any trolls come in attacking anybody, like any of us really, what I'd like to do is bring their channel up and highlight them and then report them before blocking them. Don't block them, report them. Once you report them, it's a better way of getting rid of them. So if everybody leapt on to any of these known trolls that come up with spewing hatred, you know, I don't care about myself, but I'd rather see them before they get deleted. Yeah, we got to kiss and make up, Michael.
I usually delete them, Rich, when they start being nasty, putting up nasty comments. I just block them straight away.
Well, you should report them, Rob, because that goes away if enough people. Oh, I've just added you as a moderator and taken you off, Michael. Add moderator. Right, I'm doing it with people that I'm familiar with that have been around for quite a while. Sir Fab, you've been around for years.
I just want to make a comment on Trinity 88, Rich. I've just put it up on screen there. Tried to tell my brother last night about the powers that be, and he got really angry. Oh. Please pray for him and me.
Rob, you're a prayer. I can't pray.
No, what I'm saying is, what I was about to say was, I know where Trinity is coming from, because in my situation, my other half, right, when I try and talk about these things, I get the same response. I wouldn't say she gets angry, but she blocks herself off away from it. She doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
So I know where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Or she. Yeah. Sorry, Trinity, I don't know if you're a he or a she.
Trinity, 88. Well, this is the thing. I mean, you're welcome to come on and have a chat about it. I would prefer people to come on, anybody. I'll sling the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come on and have a chat about anything. Firstly, what I want to address is this reactive versus proactive, okay? And I'll be very brief with it. I did sling a link to what I'm actually going to use to read from, and it was the first one that come up on when I did a search, proactive versus reactive. So I'll just bang this up a minute. I'll quickly run through it briefly, the fundamentals of it. Okay, if you if you just bear with me, right? Let me share the screen, add to the stream, and I'm going to bang it up massive. And I'm just going to quickly run through it. And if anybody makes a comment in the chat, Rob, that you think's you know, something that could be addressed at that moment in time, stop putting comments up, Rob.
Oh, sorry.
Right, this is the proactive versus reactive. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah.
I know it says magic mind, but I think it's pretty much a psychological thing. Proactive versus reactive. Okay, and I'll be very quick with this. Which one are you? Okay. Now, this is verified by a US-based board certified doctor, but I am not a doctor, so I'm not giving any medical advice here. Right, here we go. For all of our personality types, we really boil down to two main kinds of people, reactive and proactive. Some people feel motivated to act as things happen to them, and then others see what's coming and act accordingly. Some people feel motivated to act as things happen to them, and then others see what's coming and act accordingly. The results in each life are markedly different, far-reaching, and affects every aspect of their lives. While we understand that there are benefits to both types, we'll be making a case for the productive, proactive personality type. According to Stephen Covey, author of The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, proactivity is one of the most important traits of successful and personally effective people. He says it's a foundation of all of the other 6 habits, making it the #1 habit to possess. Okay, Covey considers proactivity the ability to take charge of your life, take responsibility, and take action. Now that is the thing I'm focusing on is rather than sitting down moaning about something, okay? Like, for example, and I mentioned this earlier on, Greta Thunberg has done nothing apart from moan. What she hasn't done is come up with a resolve for what she's moaning about. She's got no answers for it. And she hasn't actually even taken the time to go and study anything that would be a significant advantage to learn about to further the venture that she's on, which is a global swarming. So with choice being a significant component, we choose how we perceive what happens to us, which determines our responses and how it affects us. People who aren't proactive are, by default, reactive. Reactive people are often disempowered, feeling powerless to change their circumstances or reactions. Okay. Now, I'm not going to read any more of this because it's quite a long-winded one. The link is in the description already. But what I wanted to do was pick one. And it mentioned about a fireman. Okay. Bear with me. Bear with me. No, I don't want to make it all about this really. But fundamentally, I'll put it in, I'll just explain it as I think it is. What I'm on about is people that moan about stuff, okay? And particularly say moan about the news and what's happening with governments and this and that. And they sit there and they're making themselves depressed, okay? But they're keeping it to themselves. Whereas the proactive is a person that looks for solutions, okay, to the problem, rather than just dwelling on the negative of the problem. And this is why it's so important for the likes of you, Rob, and me, and everybody in the chat to voice what they've got to say. This is why I keep saying, listen, come on, please, just share your experience, share your opinion.
The more people that
get out in the streets and be proactive. And in my mind, and it's sort of half prompted by both, who were right up there at the pinnacle of my respect for being proactive people. One is obviously going to be David Yates. Okay, he's probably the most proactive person on earth. Okay, as a truther. And the second one, equally joint first, is Ron from Just a Voice 5. Now you, Rob, know, you've seen his videos, and I'll share a link if anybody wants to, anybody with a mod ship can share it. Just a voice 4 or 5 linked in the chat. Please subscribe to him because he's at. I mean, he is just awesome. I don't think he knows how much we
have anybody
appreciate.
more proactive than just a voice, could you? He's the most.
Well, this is the thing. This is the David and Ron are exactly the same because if anybody hasn't seen his videos when he's got a whole room. It's most of his house and his garage. He's got these boxes. He's gone and got these massive television boxes, empty cardboard boxes, and he's plastered all these photographs of everything from 9/11 to flat Earth, all this debunking stuff of truth. Okay, and he even makes out of his own money. Goes out and gets all these prints of photographs, makes albums that thick, aren't they, Rob? Single photograph albums that thick out of his own pocket. And he goes out and he's handing them out. Now, to me, that is the epitome of somebody that is proactive.
I admire Just a Voice 5. It was you, Richard, that introduced me to Just a Voice. And I'll tell you what, he is so committed. Like David Yates, he's a genuine guy, and he wants people to see the truth, to find out the truth, and 100%. He's doing everything he can to put that across.
Absolutely, 100%. He's. I mean, the way he does it is. It makes me smile. It makes me laugh in a really, really heartwarmed way because I watched one video and he's driving down the road, okay, in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know wherever he lives, but it's like, you know, the big open plains they got, and he turned off of this main road onto a main side road it was, and there was like this big truck, this big well, they call them trucks over there, like a little truck, you know, like a flatbed, but I don't know, like a. Yeah, they call them trucks, a small truck. So anyway, he slowed down. He must have had his window down. He's shouting out something about, "Oi, do you know the Earth is flat?" Or have you? And this is when he's driving down the road, and he's just going around the corner. And because he sort of almost stopped, he's shouting out. I was like, "Wow," you know. And it's going into petrol stations and things like that. It's not somebody sitting there like, you know. And I was a keyboard warrior for years when I was learning about child abuse, but there's not a lot you can do in the street about trying to wake people up to child abuse unless you're involved in a massive group, really.
I think the trouble with trying to wake people up, Rich, is that so many people now have been dumbed down, what with the fluoride and the old, you know, and everything else is what's going off in the skies. It's all contributing to the dumbed downing of people and what's on the media, what's shown on the TV. People see it and they believe it. And this is why I feel so sorry for Trinity 88. You know, she's in a situation where she can see what's happening, but her partner can't. And I'm in a similar situation, and it's very frustrating for me. This is why, Richard, I've never actually said this to you before. I might have done, I don't know. But this is why when I do my live streams, I have to make sure I'm here on my own, you know, when she's at work.
Yeah,
because
I know that, Rob.
this would just wind her up. When I try and talk to her about things, you know, even one subject, I don't try and bamboozle her with all these different, you know, conspiracy theories. I'll talk about one thing and it's straight away, oh, not that again. So she's blinded, you know.
Yeah.
And this is what Trinity is up against. Yeah. So Trinity, I feel for you.
To be honest with you, Rob, and I'll address that as well. When I was heavily involved in, not so much the politics. When I was heavily involved in child abuse, that went along with politics, because there was a lot about the Westminster paedophile rings and Dolphin Square and Elm House, Elm Guest House, and the social services, and my mate Mickey Summers up in Nottingham getting raped at the age of 12 when he was taken into care. it consumed me, and that split me and Debbie up, me and my wife up. She couldn't handle it either, and it but I was on a mission. That was my mission. You can't just turn your back on something that needs addressing and somebody that needs help, which is what I couldn't do. And Debbie suffered about for it, but you know, it's part of that. We've had to sort of get her. I haven't seen her since the start of this lockdown crap 2.5 years, 3 years ago. Because she went out to Wales, and I was going to go out this summer, but I've been too ill. But it split. It was like it was like having a third person. It's like having a three-way relationship, or two-way, yeah, three-way relationship. Because I was consumed. It broke my heart knowing what these people were going through, and I was jollying up to Nottingham when they were having public protests. Because it was a council was shut up. The council had said they'd lost all these documents, and that's the local and the city and the regional council, Nottingham County and Nottingham City Councils. The police were protecting these paedophiles that were actually involved in the social service system. And it broke my heart, and that's what got me into it. That's what made me realise that, wow, flipping heck, that was my awakening to how corrupt and how disgusting this system is. And it is all about, ultimately, it's all about grooming children. And getting the old folk out of the way. That's what they want. You're old, Rob. I'm old. I was 15. What am I now? 58. I was 58 a week and a bit ago. So I got a year left. I think we've all got a year left, unless we bow down to the beast, because that's coming in now. They're ramping that. Is it like the social credit thing? They're trying that out. Yeah.
Well, my next ready, mate. My next ready. Ready for beheading. I'm ready.
Well, I do actually run through it a lot in my mind. If I lie down, I might have a lie down on the sofa here, and I just like clarity, and I don't listen to music, anything like that. And I imagine my head, I'm going on the block, and this is what I imagine.
Yeah.
Is a sword coming down. Oh, I looked up. Somebody mentioned about. Oh, have you read the Noahide laws? Have you heard of the Noahide laws? Well, I'd heard of it, but I didn't have a clue what it was. Okay, and I come across a video today. It was it's quite interesting, really. The Noahide laws. Do you know about them?
No.
They do mention in it death by the sword, and the only way death by the sword was your head car, decapitation. It's actually out there.
Right. Listen, Richard, I've already acclimatized my way of thinking, my mind, to no matter what happens, and I can associate this with the same way as when they tried to introduce the old, you know?
Yeah.
I'm going to stand firm, and whatever they throw at me, I'm going to say no. I do not consent.
Oh, absolutely. It's not about not consenting, Rob. You just got to keep praying, Jesus Christ and God. You're not even allowed to mention God.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Lord. I'll sling the link. I'll sling a link in a bit to a video. If I can go up through my history, I'll find it. It's a good 20-minute video, but it pretty much explains a lot, really. Now, it might not be correct, but then again, we know we're for the chart. But this is in my sort of like daydreaming state of, right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm preparing myself for what's going to happen. And a perilous prep. Yeah, I was going to sling that. Want that one? It was this one here.
It's so frustrating when you have a partner who is, well, I wouldn't say she's opposed to it, and I do try and discreetly introduce things to maybe get a mind thinking, "Ooh, that's interesting." Yeah. So I'm very tactful how I do it.
Yeah,
and that's the only way I can.
Great Reset. Does she know about the Great Reset?
No, no.
Me, Rob.
And there's no point in me telling her about it.
Just say, listen. Well, all you got to go to the library, pull up the website, World Economic Forum, get a screenshot, get the library to print it off. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. And just leave it on the table. And don't say anything. Don't just walk past it. Don't do anything. Don't move it. Don't just you pretend it doesn't exist and create curiosity is the best way, which is why you shouldn't really.
That's what I try and do, Rich.
Yeah, but
I try and do things in a way that'll make her think for herself.
Well, just think of you know, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. I'll tell you what. You just write that on a bit of paper and leave it on the side somewhere, and she will ask you what it's about. What's this about?
No, she wouldn't. Trust me, she wouldn't. She wouldn't.
No, you shouldn't prejudge, Rob. Just leave it on the side and ignore it.
I know her well enough to know she wouldn't. She'd say, "What's that about?"
And then you're prejudging. You shouldn't prejudge.
Because I'm not prejudging. I just know how she thinks.
What are you prejudging then?
She is not. Right. I'm not saying she doesn't believe in God. I'm not saying she doesn't believe about the shape of the earth.
Rob, this ain't about God. This ain't about flat Earth. This ain't about chemtrails. This ain't about injections. This is about you will own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah, but she wouldn't want to know. She won't. If I wrote that on a piece of paper, she'd say, "Put that in the bin." Trust me.
Right.
Trust me.
Well, all right then. What you got to try it out now? You got to prove it. You got to prove it.
The only thing I can do, Rich, is what I've been doing for the last 4 years, dropping seeds. Dropping seeds. Seeds.
That's a seed.
That's the only way I can do it. And then I've got to let her think about it.
You will own
if I try and talk to her.
No, listen, Rob, try it. I've been studying. I know I've been working for about 4 years out in the streets, and I gradually learned that no, not to flood people with this and that and this and that. Now we've been given this thing. That, listen, we've been given this, but this is a double-edged sword. The old illness, okay. It's got a lot of people questioning the validity of everything, the BBC, the medical institutes, etc. But the Great Reset. Did you watch my video I did about the face scanners in Sainsbury's?
I did. It was very interesting.
Yeah. The Great Reset. Yeah. I didn't say a lot, Rob. I twanged on her heartstrings, the young lady, because she had a child. But once somebody has plucked their ears up, you know, oh, have you heard of the Great Reset? You don't have to just write on a piece of paper, Rob. I've learned that you need to assimilate with people. Now, you obviously know you're beloved.
Yeah.
But it's like, what seed is going to germinate? And you will own nothing and you will be happy, just left on the side. She might say, "Oh, Rob, what's all this about?" Oh, no.
I don't.
Oh, no. Do this. Please do it for me, Rob.
Okay.
As a social experiment, as my social experiment, please do this for me. This is being proactive.
I just know over the last 4 years how she's reacted to my comment.
You're guessing, but you don't have to say anything. You will own nothing, or do it in the mirror, in the bathroom, in a steamy mirror with lipstick. Honestly, just try it, Rob. Just try it. She'll say, "What's all this about?" So just say, "Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it now." Dismiss it. Dismiss any interest in it.
Oh, I wish it was as easy as you make it sound, Rich, but it's not for me.
It is. Well, you haven't tried it, Rob, because you tried to verbalize. You tried to verbalize. She is the
type of person that will go with the flow.
You're prejudging.
That will watch the news and believe everything she sees on that box. Right? I drop a few hints now and again because that's the only way I can do it, which will maybe make her think, oh, maybe there is a point to that. If I try and talk to her about anything that you said tonight or write on a piece of paper,
You will own
the
nothing.
great
You'll be happy.
reset,
All you got to write on
she
a
would
piece of
put
paper.
it in the bin. She would put it in the bin. Believe you me.
What about this? Note to self. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. That, Rob, that might be the things you think, what on earth does that mean? You will own, I'm sorry, I'm not keeping my eye on the chat. Please, I beg you, Rob, do it. Just do it for me.
Okay.
Just try.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love it a bit, yeah.
Well,
And
this isn't about love or anything like that, Rob. This is about being active, reactive, or proactive, whatever it is. But this is the way I'm thinking. We ain't got long left to wake people up.
there's been enough events in history, Rich, which people should be seeing and wake up. And no matter what you say to them, no matter what proof you give them, I mean, it's like this coming fake alien invasion, right? I've actually said to her, I said, right, I know you're not going to believe me now, right? I said, but there's going to come a time when you see it on the TV, on the news, that the aliens have come.
Right,
and you might see big spaceships.
You get laughed at. That's just the nature of the beast, Rob. Is what they've actually done is they've ridiculed certain things like chemtrails and like tinfoil hats. We know tinfoil hats stop radiation. Like chemtrails, like globe Earth, flat Earth, landing on the moon. You know, you've got to pick something that if she says, what the flipping heck is this, Rob? What does this mean?
That's what I needed to do, but she's not doing that.
Have you tried it with that one thing? Trying to convince somebody, Rob, that the Earth is flat is a completely it's not important.
Right. Let's go back to 911. Yeah.
That's not important.
It is important. It is.
It's very important to you, Rob.
No, it's very important. It's all part of history.
No, see, this is what you're doing. You're clumping together all these conspiracy theories, Rob.
No, I'm not. I'm not. No,
you are.
Richard, let me make one thing clear, right?
No, if you're trying to convince something, Rob, 9/11 was what it was and what it wasn't. Why waste your time on something?
Right.
When
I talked about 9/11.
No, listen a minute. I've done it. I've proven, Rob, that the Great Reset, boom, is non-debunkable because it is on the World Economic Forum website.
Yeah.
It's not debunkable. It's a current thing. Forget fucking 9/11. Forget flat Earth. Forget man landing on the moon. Forget airplanes flying at 550 miles an hour.
Rich, you misunderstand totally where I'm coming from.
Somebody up. The most important thing to wake somebody up to, Rob. Why aren't you listening to me? I've done it. That's the reason I shared that video. Was because I didn't bombard somebody with so much information. I assimilated with them. All I asked them, have you heard of the Great Reset? That's current.
Rich, this is the problem I've got. When I talk about one subject, which is what I've always done, whether it be the Great Reset, right?
I'm not telling you to talk about it.
The problem I've got is she won't look at that one subject. That's the point. So whether I talk about 9/11, whether I talk about the fake moon landings,
get all that shit. That's not important, Rob.
What I'm saying is that she's blinded. That's the problem I've got. I can't talk about anything.
Curiosity. Create curiosity is a business.
I just said that's what I've done.
Yeah, but you're picking on things that have been labeled as conspiracy theories, Rob.
No, I'm not.
Right.
No, I haven't done that.
So flat Earth ain't a conspiracy theory then?
No,
The
it's
New
not. It's a
World Order
fact.
ain't a conspiracy theory then.
What?
Is flat Earth a conspiracy theory?
No.
It is classed as a conspiracy theory, Rob.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Not to
I
me.
know it's not. You know it's not, but it's classed. And when you're dealing with somebody that is reliant on the television, Rob, for their information, to them it is going to be a conspiracy theory. So you're wasting your time trying to spend a year trying to convince them that the Earth is flat. We know the Earth is flat. If they haven't bitten into that,
I'm not trying to convince her of the unimportant things, Rich. I'm trying to get her up to date with what's going on now.
Reset. The Great Reset is the
And
last thing, Rob.
I'm saying. She doesn't believe any of it. Everything from JFK.
Oh, forget all that stuff, Rob. It's unimportant.
I know it's unimportant, but what I'm saying is she does not look at any of it. She'll look at the news and believe everything she says. This is the problem I've got.
And I'm giving you a potential solution. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Just leave it on the side.
And it'll go straight in the bin. She won't even ask me what it's about. That's what I'm up against. You don't understand it.
It's just one little note, Rob. Create curiosity. If it doesn't work, you might as well.
I've already got to that point.
Try hypnosis. I'm trying to help. It's not just you. I'm trying to help either, Rob. Anybody that is struggling, and this was Trinity 88 as well, is the biggest thing, Rob, that has made people take me seriously is the Great Reset. I told Steve. I might mention this, right? I got a homeless mate, Steve, and about, I don't know, it's about 6 or 8 weeks ago now. I got into town. I think I'd gone to get some tobacco. Okay, so I got into town early on a Saturday morning, and Steve was up and about, and he solved a big issue. Okay, now I spent a couple of hours with him, but I was explaining to him about the Great Reset, and I was saying, well, there's going to come a time when if I want to give, right, I gave him some money. Okay, if I want to give you some money, I'd have to do it by scanning, by shaking your hand and scanning your hand, and you scan it because that's what's coming to digital wallet. Now, certain things he'd heard of. Okay, and I spent 2 hours with him. I wasn't flooding him with it. He was interested in it because I'd known Steve ever since I've been in Taunton. Okay, and then I got to know him really, really well when I was working at Open Door, the homeless place. Okay, and he was a client there or a user, whatever, so he used to go in there for meals and stuff. So I got to know him, and he's a really, really, really valued, probably my best friend I've got that I trust really in real life. Steve, selling a big issue. So anyway, I'm having a chat with him. I'm sitting down. He's a lovely guy. And he's very well supported, and all the homeless people really are quite supported by the general public. A lot of them, not all of them. And so anyway, I told him this, and he sat down selling this big issue. He's got a pitch, and it's next to like an old alleyway with a load of shops down it. It's called Bath Place. Okay, and he was sat on the edge of there. Now down that there's a cafe down this lane. And the proprietress had come up and said, oh no, she come up. I think she went to Iceland to get some milk or something. Anyway, she walked back. She said, oh, Steve, I got some lunch for you. When you're ready, come on down and have your lunch. Okay. So anyway, I toddled off. I only got in to go and get me tobacco, and I was going to go home. I spent all day in town because once I'd had a chat with Steve, it was like God has said, right, meet this person, meet this person, meet this person, meet this person. And anyway, so I wandered off, and I come back about 4-ish, something like that. And he was sat in the doorway. He'd finished his selling his big issue. He was sat in the doorway. And I sort of walked past him, and I doubled back. I looked back, and he was there. Oh, so I went back, and I chatted, and he said, here. He said, I went in that cafe, and he said, I told you what you'd said about the Great Reset. Just a voice. Ron.
Hello, Ron.
honestly, mate, you're a teacher. You've educated me a lot. And you know, lifted my spirits, and more than that, really.
And mine. And mine.
Set just set a really good example for the rest of the world to follow. But let me go back to this. So Steve had said, he said, "You're not going to believe this." He said, "I'd gone in there and I'd had my lunch. I was sitting there having my lunch, and he said, I mentioned about the Great Reset, and he said there was about 6 or 8 people all got their phones out and were all researching the Great Reset in a cafe." So me telling one person, Rob, it's a homeless guy as well, eh? The most intelligent people are sat in shop doorways, living under bridges. Most intelligent people, most streetwise, street savvy, survivalists, are sat under bridges, sleeping in doorways, sleeping in the car parks, multi-story car parks. You know, gradually getting eroded. This is why it's so important to be proactive in your community, in everything, getting involved in everything, not on a political level, on an awakening level. But he said, there was about 6 or 8 people all got their phones out. He's a highly regarded guy, Steve. Boom, 8 people, ding, all looked at the World Economic Forum, and he said to me, he said the proprietress, because I was going to go down there the following Saturday with my banner. I didn't get to go down, but he had said, "Oh, the proprietress wants to have a word with you." This is some. Hey, Chuck, device is not connected. Mo, your device ain't connected. I know you're in the green room, in the behind the scenes bar. Hey, Chuck, there's I'm not watching any of the chat going up and down. My apologies.
I'm watching it, Richard. I'm keeping my eye on it, Rich.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Rob. I told one person, and one person told 8 people, and 8 people were interested in it. And these are 8 people, Rob. They all watch the television. They all read the newspapers. And that was just from me being very simple about mentioning one thing. And that was the Great Reset. You'll own nothing, you will be happy. Digital wallet is a real thing.
Well, my other half, she doesn't even know what the Great Reset is, and it wouldn't interest her.
No, Rob, but no, don't even write the Great Reset down. Just write on a piece of paper. Just do it for me, please.
You will own nothing, you'll be happy.
You'll own nothing, you'll be happy. And if she says, "Rob, what's all this about?" You can do it. You play it your way. Well, and you know, I'm not going to preach to you how to do it or how to handle it. But the secret is not to flood people with too much.
Well, that's what I don't do. I give her one little, a little bit of bait, and see if she catches onto it. But it's not working. It hasn't worked for 4 years. She views me probably as a major conspiracy theorist. And but it's hard. It's hard.
I know it's hard, Rob. I know it's hard. But this is a thing. This is undebunkable once somebody gets curious, and creating curiosity is a secret. Assimilate with the person is another secret, but they ain't secrets. You know, I'm not a Freemason. If I know something, I ain't going to keep it to myself. Mo, you're coming in and coming out. I'll share the link in a minute, just in case somebody else wants to come in and shut me up. But honestly, Rob, please, I beg you, please, just give it a go. Mo, you're coming in now.
Am I?
I'll do what you say, Rich.
Hello, Mo. Moira, how are you?
Hello. I'm all right, Richard. How are you?
Oh, I'm well, if I said fantastic, would that piss anybody off? That I'm so fantastic while everybody else is depressed?
You keep it on.
Are you okay?
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
Yeah.
Have you met Rob? You
Thank
met
you.
Rob? Yeah.
Hey, Rob. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
This is Moira, Rob.
Moira,
Oh.
thank you for joining us.
That's right, Moira, isn't it?
Thank you for having me.
Oh,
Yep, that's
it's a
right.
delight to have you. Have you got anything you want to share with us? A minute? Shut me up.
Well, I mean, not a lot really. I mean, I've listened to you speak, and I've noticed and I've said to you that you have a particular talent for connecting with people in a way, and it was demonstrated in that video where you spoke to the lady in the Sainsbury's shop when you did the video about the surveillance camera at the checkout. I mean, that was just an example. I would like to listen to it again to see how you spoke to that lady. But not all of us have that kind of communication skill. We've all got our kind of way of doing things. So I would talk to people more. But since I left Scotland and moved back to Ireland, I find it really hard to connect with people. It's just a different atmosphere, different culture. But what I do is I try and send emails with links to videos to people, and some people get fed up and they don't want to hear anymore, and I just have to leave them for a while. And then sometimes, like for Halloween, I printed out a leaflet and took it out and handed it to people. So we've got, I mean, I'm not that good at connecting with some people. If they're kind of putting up a barrier, I find it hard to get through. So I understand where Rob's from, because his partner, and you can't cause like loads of strife in the homestead. You've got to just leave it, and maybe Rob's dear lady will hear stuff from somebody outside. If he lets it go for a while and doesn't mention much, she might hear from somebody outside, and she might be more inclined to listen to somebody else. You know, what do you think, guys?
Yeah, I try and be very careful when I talk to her about these things, because I know straight away her back's going to be up. She's going to put that barrier. So I've got to be very careful. You know how I
Yeah.
start to talk about
And
things.
yeah, Richard, I can understand your views, but listening to Rob, I can empathise with his situation, and maybe he just has to kind of back off a little bit and see, you know, it might come to his lady's awareness by another means, you know, because I mean, I've tried. I have a friend. I have a friend speaking on the phone the other day, and she's in her 70s. She's had quite a few of the jabs. I don't even know how many she's had now. And I've sent her letters, and I've tried to share with her, and she just doesn't take it in. So I can't do anymore. I just have to have general conversation, listen to what she says, and just let it go, because one just not taking it in at all. I've got other people who've told me things in the past. Look, we're not interested, but then I found another angle for them because they're quite interested in politics. So then I shared with them some stuff that they were interested in. I have had no feedback from lots of people. I've shared what I can. I've got a couple of more emails to send about augmented reality, and you know how tech can be used to deceive people's senses. And the other mark of the beast and sharing the gospel, and then I think I'll just leave it. Too stressful.
Stop
Eventually
putting
I have to
comments up,
let them, you know, be and
particularly
just
ones
get on
in
with
the
some
chat.
other things.
Sorry. Say again, Rob. Stop messing around with the comments a minute.
Sorry, Richard.
Stop it.
Sorry.
Please, a minute. And I don't want any comments up, Rob, that mentions jibby jabby, waka, or anything medical. Right, I want to keep that one up just for a minute. Right, sorry, Maura, about that. And before Chuck, welcome, Chuck. I've been waiting for a break.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Chuck. Oh, you made it at
Hey,
last.
Chuck.
I was waiting for a break. I was waiting for a break to jump in. How
Yeah.
y'all doing?
Uh,
I'm
well,
driving, and it might break in and out, but I just wanted to say one thing, and then I'm going to listen while I'm driving. But can you guys hear me? Okay.
yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I was
Yeah,
just saying, truth is it's all a journey. You know, we all have a journey that we're on, and certain truths are gonna stick with certain people where other ones don't. But just keep doing what you're doing, Richard. Just keep planting the seeds, and God uses us all in different ways.
100%. Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But my fundamental thing was, if people are struggling, it's just to pick something that is that they can sort of assimilate with, that might generate curiosity. And
Exactly.
that's all I'm asking you to do, Rob, is just write that one little phrase down, and it might end up in the bin, but it might just be that key that opens up what the whole agenda has been about for the last 100 years.
Yeah. Everybody has a certain truth that kind of resonated. Just for
That's it.
example, back in 2012, Handy Sook. I don't want to say it on your channel, but the school shooting up there, that was back before YouTube was censored, and that just kind of put me over the edge. Other than 9/11, but the Sandy Hook, man, that if they're going to lie about 25 children, then they will lie about everything. You know what I mean?
Anything. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, we're
But
coming
hey,
up
guys,
to
I'm going to jump. I'm going to listen to you, Richard. I just wanted to say, hey, man, my signal's in and out, but I'll be listening in the chat, man, and I
oh, God
appreciate
bless
you
you,
guys.
Chuck.
I'm going to
Yeah,
jump out.
thanks for coming on.
All right, God bless. Yeah,
Anytime
man,
you come on.
we'll do it again. All right, buddy.
All right,
Later.
brother. Cheers, my friend. God bless.
Bye,
God
bye.
bless you. Tony,
Thank you.
keep on trucking till the wheels fall off, then keep on trucking some more. Right, Moira. Now
Yes,
Chuck's
Richard.
in America somewhere. I don't know if you've followed his channel, but he's worth following.
Oh,
For
I've seen some of
Jesus.
Chuck's got some helpful information on there.
Yeah, he's but you know,
Chuck Middleton, HBT 444.
yeah,
Heaven Bound Trucker, yeah.
yeah. But it's oh, Malibu, welcome, sweet sister. There's a link somewhere in there if anybody else wants to come on in a bit.
Hey,
Moira, do
Malibu.
you wanna continue with your conversation, your side of the conversation?
Well,
I know
I don't
it
have a
was
lot to add, really.
it's a struggle, but have you?
It's just that it's a struggle. We've all got certain talents, and you have a particular talent at connecting with people. But like I was saying, there's some people, when they put the wall up, I back off for a little while. And then, like you said, Richard, you might find something that piques interest. So the people I'm thinking about, I know they're interested in politics. So I kind of sent them some information about some of the political orientated stuff. But then
Yeah,
there is one friend who there's no point in me. It's like what Rob says. I agree with what Rob's saying. There comes a point with certain people you can't mention it. you just are going to cause ill will, strife, stress. You're better just to leave it, and then just take the pressure off yourself and off them, and then eventually they'll hear it from somebody, or they might say something to him and give him an inroads, but you can't keep bashing people over the head with it. I'm a bit of a basher over the head, but eventually with some people you just have to back off, you know.
100%. I totally
Give
agree.
them
But
breathing space and see what happens.
Yeah, Moira, this is a thing.
I mean,
This is what I'm suggesting to Rob. If he writes down "you'll own nothing and you'll be happy," and he leaves it on the side, and his beloved picks it up, reads it, screws it up, puts it in the bin, then she goes out in her workplace, and somebody says, "Oh, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy." That might be the trigger, because she actually works in public, Rob, doesn't she? She works with people. She meets people.
Yeah.
Now it's like that deja vu moment. You think, oh, I've heard that somewhere before. Where was that? And that was Rob. But it's like, oh, where did I hear that? When did I hear that? I heard that like 4 years ago. Thing is, I've heard, I learned like 40 years ago. All I'm saying is, sow that seed. Now that seed might end up in the bin, Rob, but it's gone in. What's been read can't be unread. Can't be forgotten, when it's, especially when somebody else knocks on that door and says, and plants the same seed. The chances are there. It's a 50-50. It's a toss of a coin. Either it works or it doesn't.
I've already tried talking about the Great Reset.
Right, Robert. I'm not saying talk about it. I'm not even saying mention the Great Reset. I'm just saying plant that one phrase. You will own nothing and you will be happy.
Right, okay.
I beg you, Robert, please try it.
Okay, I'll do that.
And then
I already know the response. What's this shit? What's this shit on here? What's that about?
has she read it?
No, what I'm saying is that will be the response.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But she's read it. So when in a week's time or a month's time, when she's at work and somebody says the Great Reset, she'll think, this is why seeds sown, Robert, take longer to germinate in the cold than when they're watered and warmed up. This is what I'm just trying to say, is a way to get it into the psychology. That it's one, you will own nothing and you will be happy. It's 9 words.
Yeah.
You'll be happy.
And I'll tell you what, next time I speak to you on the phone, right, I will tell you the response I got, okay?
But it's irrelevant what the response is to it, Rob. Unless it's...
How is it relevant? Of course it's relevant.
I already know. You already know what the response is, Rob. She's going to throw it in.
Yeah.
What's this rubbish? But it ain't a seed to germinate as soon as she reads it. It's a seed to germinate when somebody else says it.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Look at all the other theories that people have commented on.
This ain't a theory, Rob. This ain't a theory. This is out there.
She won't say
I influenced 9 people by telling one person. In fact, 10.
I really wish I could believe that if I did that, that would happen. That she would make her think, and that it would maybe ask her.
No, I'm not saying, Robert, you don't understand.
No, you don't understand. Let me finish.
No, listen. She picked up a piece of paper on the side. There's something written on it.
Do you know my partner? Yes or no? Do you know my partner? You don't, do you?
I know psychology.
I know how she thinks.
Right,
I know how she works.
Rob, Right, let me ask you this then, so I get to know her a bit better. If there was something on the side that said had something written on it, would she just screw it up without reading it?
Yeah. She might ask me, what does that mean? She might say, what's that?
Exactly.
And when I try and tell her what it is, she'll say,
you don't have to tell her, Rob. Robert, I said just now, just say I don't want to talk about it. Screw it up, put it in the bin yourself. I'm telling you, create curiosity. It's a secret. That ain't a secret. What's in that box? How'd you get a child? How'd you get a child to eat something that they don't want to eat? You enjoy it. What's in that? What's it we got in there? Oh, it's
I understand where you're coming from, Rich. I understand your reasoning and your way of thinking. But I also understand my partner's way of thinking. And it won't be given a second thought. It will be put in the bin.
Until somebody else jogs her mind. You don't understand.
It will be, I don't want to talk about it.
Why don't you understand? Yeah, you don't want to talk about it. You play the reverse psychology.
And that'll make her happy. The fact I don't talk about it will make her happy. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly that.
And that's the problem I've got. She won't think, oh, what's that about?
You understand? What? I don't understand how you can't understand it, Robert.
Well, you'd understand it more if you understand my partner.
Listen, there's two things. It up. In hard work. It's as simple as thing.
Richard,
you ain't got to say a word, Robert.
Richard,
listen. She either picks it up, doesn't read it. Listen. She either picks it up, doesn't read it, screws it up and puts it in the bin. She either picks it up, reads it, screws it up and puts it in the bin, or she picks it up, reads it and says, what's this? And you say, I don't want to talk about it. And that's the end of it.
Well, on that third one, picks it up, reads it and says, what's this? It won't even come to that. It'll be picked up, screwed up and put in the bin. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, forget it then. Live in your fucking misery.
Richard, have we reached?
I'm not in misery. I'm not in misery.
I forget. Sorry, Moira, I forgot you were there. Richard. I'm just telling you, it's a way to generate curiosity. If she's not interested in, it's in there. If she reads it, Rob, and she screws it up and puts it in the bin, it's still in there.
She hasn't got the curiosity or the...
Until somebody else down the line jogs her memory. Why can't you understand how simple that is? It's human psychology, Rob. It's like deja vu. Well, don't bother then.
Listen, I awoke on 2001.
It's irrelevant.
No, it is relevant because what I'm saying is I woke up and I started asking questions. The point I'm making is she's not asking questions. I did.
Because you're just overloading her, Rob, with all the conspiracy theories.
No, me personally. This was before I met my partner, 2001. I woke up because I asked questions. The person who wakes up has to ask questions themselves. She will never ask those questions that I asked. That's the point I'm making. Does it make sense now?
No, it does not.
Richard.
It doesn't make sense, Robert. Don't you know how the human brain works, how the human mind works?
Earth calling, Richard.
It's like subliminal messaging, Rob. Something can flash on a screen. And it registers, but it doesn't. And something else triggers that memory.
What I'm saying, Richard, what I'm trying to explain here is, before I met my partner, so forget my partner on this, in 2001, I woke up. And that's when I, personally, started asking questions. The point I'm making to you is my
Wait,
partner has never woken up to any of
had,
the events that have happened.
she had the medical thing, Rob.
This.
The old
Jibby
thing. She had the old
No.
shot.
Alison,
No.
I'm trying to
Why not?
do it.
Moira, shut up a minute, then, Rob. Forget it. Just forget it. Forget it. Forget it. Create
Forget
curiosity.
what?
It's a psychological tool, Rob, to create curiosity. And also, it's to register something in somebody's psyche for a brief second. It's in there. And then what you're relying on is somebody else saying it as well. Further down the line, where she works, a customer might say, oh, she might overhear it. But the seed, you planted the seed, Rob. She'll come back to you and say, what was all that about then? I'm interested now. That's it. That it's a 50-50 chance of winning, Rob. We're just saying nothing. Writing a little expression down that, I'm sorry, Moira, I just want to try and get it across how simple and basic it is, Rob, to tap into the human psychology. It's fundamental stuff. It's fundamental stuff.
I'm fighting a losing battle, Rich.
What,
Not against me. Yeah. That's why I don't talk to her that much about it now.
We don't have to talk to her.
I'll drop the odd seed. You don't understand, Rich, what I'm up against, right? I have to be so careful about what I say, because straight away she'll put a wall up. That wall will come up and say, don't talk shit.
Don't what?
Don't talk shit. And,
well, you ain't said anything. You written something down, Rob. That cuts out any communication. It's not for her to see. It's your
she
note.
won't even question it, Richard. She won't even question it. But I will try it.
It's in there. Try it.
I'll do what you say, and I'll try it.
I'm trying to think of the simplest way to create curiosity, because creating curiosity is a secret that ain't
My
a secret.
partner is the type of person that goes with the flow. She watches the news. She watches the soaps.
She didn't go with the media. She didn't go with the flow, though, Rob. Did she?
She didn't go with She didn't go with that. No, she didn't go with that. Bless her for that. She did not go with that, but that's because she used her own reasoning on the fact that it was new, it was unproven, untested. And that was the only reason. Not because of what anybody said to her or told her. She made that decision simply because it was put out so quickly.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm up against, Rich.
Yeah, but you don't have to do anything. Just write it down.
It's so frustrating for me, mate.
Yeah, well, just forget. Listen, this is why I say don't get too sucked into things. It fucking ruined my relationship at that time. It was just such a burden having somebody that was not receptive to the same, or not. It's not even as receptive. It wasn't that she was dismissive of what I was involved in. It was just that I was consumed by it. But sowing a seed that will germinate next week, next month, when she hears it again.
That's what I'm always trying to do, Rich. I always try and drop seeds. I do try and drop seeds just to make her think without me saying too much, you know? That's what I keep trying to do.
Yeah, well, just try this one seed, Rob. Just try this. This is an heirloom seed. This ain't a GMO seed. This is pure heirloom, the best that money can buy seed. It's the best you can do. Create curiosity. It's a secret that ain't a secret, Rob, on how to generate Now, if somebody ain't interested in it, boom, that's fair enough. But you ain't. All you've wasted is a bit of pen and paper, a bit of time writing it out. But I guarantee you that somewhere down the line, if she hears it, it will trigger a bell. It's called deja vu. I've heard that somewhere before. I didn't pay any attention to it when I read it, because it was Rob writing one of his conspiracy theories down again. You never know. But honestly, I'm sorry I got my hair off. I'm ever so sorry that I went off. But honestly, Rob, I've been dealing with people, and I'm not being manipulative with people. When I'm having a conversation with them, all I'm doing is meeting them where they are, finding out what a commonality is. With well, for the last 3 years, it's been about the Great Reset. When I go into the bank, and I'm with a teller, I say, "What are you going to be doing in a few years' time, when everything, all money is digital and all transactions are done online? What are you going to be doing for a job then?" They've got an echo somewhere. And that's it. I just meet people where they are. What are you going to be doing for a job when yeah, when the banking system ain't the same as it is now? It's meet people where they are, Rob. Assimilate with them. There's loads of different ways, but planting a seed that will germinate, that is watered by somebody else.
Okay, Rich. I'll try what you say, right? I will do what you say. I will try it, and I'll give you some feedback on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested, Rob, because I know it works with some people, and some people that aren't even, you know, that it causes friction between. I've lived through it. I've come out the other side, and this is what Debbie said to me, because I was on about, probably going back about 4 years, 5 years. Start stocking up on food. If you don't, where's that echo coming from?
There's no echo.
I can hear myself twice. So this is what Debbie said to me. So 4 years ago, I was saying, right, when you go into Sainsbury's and buy 4 tins of beans, buy 8 tins of beans and put 4 away. She laughed at me. What she's been saying to me, beginning of the year, Richard, you were right. And she would not listen to my conspiracy theories. Well, I didn't try and convince her flat earth. I did say to her, because I'd never flown, she flew over to the Arab Emirates to visit her sister once, and I said, when you got up in the plane, did it look like a bowl or did it look flat? And she said, well, no, it didn't look like a bowl. And I said about the horizon. How high was the horizon? Well, it was all the way up here. I said, well, it didn't curve down. And that was it. I left it at that.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll try what you say, Rich. I'll do it, and I'll give you some feedback on that.
Please.
I will do it. I will do it. I promise you, I will do it. But I've got to go now, Rich. I really have to go. So I'm going to have to cut it short. I'll let you carry on, yeah? Thank you for having me on the channel.
No, I do deeply apologize for going off on a ramble, but Rob needs, you know, people that are struggling need perhaps another angle to approach things from. And creating curiosity is a fundamental tool used by businesses, groomers.
Unfortunately, the way I see it, my partner sees everything from day to day. There's no curiosity. She'll watch the news, and that's what's happening right now. There's no curiosity as to why it's happening. That's what's happening, and that's it. This is what we have to deal with. And this is what I'm up against. But I will do what you say. I will put that note. You will own nothing and be happy.
Do it as an experiment.
I will do it.
You don't.
And I'll let you know what happens, okay?
You know, it might take a month to germinate, it might never germinate. But at least you tried.
I'll do it.
This is the thing. If she is curious about it, you can go to an official website.
I don't think she's curious, so that's the problem. She's not curious. She doesn't use, you know, the thinking thing. Is this what I'm seeing here? Is this true? what I'm watching on BBC News, is it true? She doesn't think that. She'll just see it and accept it for what it is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm up against.
I think the biggest problem we got is that the BBC aren't actually promoting what the agenda is all about, the Great Reset.
Yeah.
That's the problem with
I'm
the
going to have
BBC.
to go, my friend.
All right, bro.
I'm going to have to go. Thank you, Richard.
God bless you, my friend.
God bless you too. I love you.
I love you too,
All the
mate.
best.
I hope
All the
everything
best.
just
Take care.
honestly, mate. And I do apologise for getting my hair off, but it's simple. It's simple. What else have you got? What else can you try? Forget fucking telling her about flat.
Listen, at least I know in my heart I'm right. You know, that's it. I can try.
Yeah, just simple.
All right, my friend.
Write it on the toilet for every shoot. You'll know nothing. You'll be happy. Every single shoot.
Write it on the toilet roll.
Honestly,
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
All right, my
Good
friend.
night, everybody. Thank
you.
you.
Oh, I'm
Good
sorry
night.
about that. No, I'm never so sorry. Thank you, Robert. Great to get back with you again as well.
Okay, Richard. Take care, my friend.
Right, bro. Oh, I'm awful. I am. No. If you're still listening, my most sincere apologies. But you were black. Your emoji thing was black. It was like, you know, like a shadow. I was on a bit of a rant then. Are you still there, Rob? No, he ain't. Oh, and Mo, please forgive me, please. I'm going to sling the link back in because I've got it out of my head now. But when I see, I've lived through it. But I know that a seed planted 4 years ago has finally germinated. And that was with my beloved and me mentioning about the up and coming food crisis. It's taken 4 years. Well, it took 3 years for that seed to become a reality when they started mentioning about food shortages on the news this year. You know, because of the war that went on the news. And they said the breadbasket of, how can the Ukraine be the breadbasket of the entire world's grain? Tiny little nation like that. Mo, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Yeah, but I don't know why your entire screen is black though. But I knew Rob's time was short on this thing, but and another thing is not to prejudge people, not to judge people's reactions, because I'm not always right. Nobody can prejudge, because it takes one thing that triggers a heartstring. 3 deep breaths. Does anybody? I've just slung the link in there. If anybody wants to come in and say hello, but it's more along the lines of proactivity, just anything, and even talking about what is there's any sort of things that would help somebody wake somebody else up, you know, and like I say, dwelling on 9/11 or Globe Earth or Man on the Moon or anything like that. It's not. It's it's already well known that is a conspiracy theory, and the psychology of the mass of people. That is what they believe. Tinfoil hats and all that. We're called tinfoil hat wearers. But the Great Reset is non-debunkable. It's out there, and It's simple to share. You got any children? How many children you got? Oh, I've got 3. All right, yeah. Have you got death insurance? So when you die, they can bury you and they're left with a little bit of money. Yeah, got that for them. Have you spent your life paying for your mortgage? So when you die, you can leave your house to them. Yeah, I've been spent my whole life doing that. Yeah, 25 years and paying my mortgage off. So my children, when I die, they get my house. They get a house to live in. Well, you'll own nothing. You'll be happy. The children will not have that house. Oh, well, I don't believe that. All right, well, don't then. But it's the way it is. You want to send £10, a £10 note or a $10 note in a birthday card for your niece or your nephew so they can buy themselves something nice? Yeah, I do that every year. Yeah, I got 20 grandchildren. I do it every year to each and every one of them. Well, you won't be able to do that now. When the digital wallet comes in, you'll have to, I don't know, you'll have to do it by computer. And then when your child gets an income of $10, they will get taxed on it. Great Reset is it's the end game. Earth is flat. Well, actually not actually. Earth is lumpy and bumpy. Water is level. You can't have a pressurized system such as the atmosphere next to a vacuumous system without a barrier in between to stop the two pressures equalizing. Earth is flat. You know, I don't need to believe it. I don't need to know any more than that. So I won't harp on about it. There's a way. That's Michael here. Man landed on the moon. Well, that's not really what we're problem with. I know it's important to know that so they can buy themselves something nice. Yeah, I do that every year. Have you got your echo system on, Michael? Oh, I just added you and taken you off. Boo. Back on. Trinity 88, if you want to come on as well, and I promise I won't treat you like I treat Rob. They will get tapped on it. Right,
you talking to me there?
Boo, you're on, Boo. Michael's
Hello,
on.
hello.
Can
you hear me?
I can hear you. You're very, very faint.
Okay, wait a second. I'm going to put the mic on.
Who's eating crisps?
First off, I just want to say good day, good evening. And
hold it a minute. Somebody's got the video playing on YouTube. Oh, I don't know. Is it you? I just heard something like equalizing.
Hold on. Let me click out of YouTube. I have a window open. Hold on a minute.
Close that window.
Okay, that should be better now. How's that? That seem better?
Yeah.
Hello.
You're hard.
Hello, Michael.
Hard to hear too.
Once again, I have a lousy connection. It's all breaking up. No vocals.
Me too, kind of. But I'll have good connection soon. Hi, Michael. You can hear me. I just wanted to start by saying thank you for everything. Thank you for being you. And I understand both sides. Can you hear me? Or should I wait till I get home?
Hello.
Michael, you're in and out.
I'm hearing some echoing too, but I'll be home soon and my connection will be better. I just want to pray love onto everybody because I know everybody's heart is in the right place over here. And I relate to both sides. I relate to your frustration, Richard, and I relate to Robert's as well. And also Mo, what she was saying. So I've been in all those situations, you know, like the debate you guys are having about he has somebody that's completely closed off. And what you're saying is you have this idea, which I think is great, about how we can just subtly drop this to plant seeds. And he's still dealing with this frustration of the woman he loves that can't hear what he's passionate about. And it's really hard to live like that. But they want to be together because they love each other. And this is it's a huge issue when you can't speak to your partner about it. It's frustrating. And I had that with my friend Ron. And guess what? I had to really abandon it. Like there may be no getting through. I have planted seeds, like you said. I'm going to do what you said. I'm still going to throw the fourth industrial revolution and you'll own nothing and be happy. But I'm going to stop at that. But I really love this idea you have. And I'm going to work with it. But I also know his frustration with people that will not listen, will not look. They're so closed off. So now I will mute out for the response.
No, you don't have to do that. I'm all ears. Mo, I'm ever so sorry again. I'm never going to be able to apologise enough for just going off like that. But I know Robert's time was short, but if you know, it is planting a seed that might, and I think he actually said it. You know, until somebody else mentions it, and somebody that his beloved will sit down and listen to, and it might just come up in a conversation when they're sat around a table or something. You never know when you might hear these things. It's think, boom. It's the same like with my Debbie. You know, it took 4 years for a seed I planted. It took 4 years for a seed to germinate, so that she actually took me seriously. 4 years, and it was.
But that's the thing. But you're so prophetic. I don't know if you're pronouncing it right. But you knew that 4 years ago. You knew this. Now we have the actual evidence, even in mainstream media, that there's going to be a food shortage. So now she says, "Wow, look at this guy knows something." So that's all you can do. And delivery is really important. And arguing the point, as we know, which you always tell me, slow to anger. It doesn't work when people are closed off. It's not going to happen. So what I learned through therapy and study, because I've studied psychology for many years and was a counselor, is you can say to a person, "Honey, would you be open to talking about this?" And if the person says, "No, I'm not," that's it. You're done. Because if people are not open, there's really no point to even start speaking of anything, really.
Yeah. However, if you said, "Honey, are you interested in talking about you will own nothing and you'll be happy?" and she'll say, "No." However, it's in there.
Yeah, I've told you, I believe in this idea you have. I'm totally down with it. I think it's this is a way we can wake people up like never before, because it's the evidence is so astounding. What we looked at last night with that Yuval Harari, or whatever the hell that Noah Harari guy was talking about. Okay, where he was talking about that your soul and free will, those days are over. That's what Carl Schwab's lapdog is saying. We talked about it. So I really think this point is because it's there, and you can pull it up in the media, the Council on Foreign Relations, or whatever the other things that you mentioned. It is there. The Great Reset, Carl Schwab, that Noah Harari, it is boom, boom, boom. They are not hiding what they're about,
Absolutely. And the digital wallet, people are waking up to the fact that the digital currency, and it depends what point people shut off. But if you start talking about, for example, the digital currency, and then something like that can just escalate just to even just talking about the digital currency. You'll get on to the fact that the technology, it's all about technology. Getting biology and technology is melded as one. So it depends how reactive people are to that initial, whatever it is you can assimilate with people to be. Like, for example,
remember that digital currency is about control. Let's face it.
Oh, 100%.
And absolute control. You can't sock anything away for a rainy day. It is so. but remember what he said about the human being. We just view you as a biomechanism that is hackable. Basically,
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. And the evil. This is like these evil mad scientists, like in a science fiction movie. This is what these people are like. And so this is why people are having so much trouble looking at it, because it's horrifying. When those of us that have been like researching and into this for quite some time, it's still horrifying to us, but we've been aware of it for a long time. It's not that big of a shock, but it is still a shock to us on some level. Think about the people that have been completely asleep, waking up to this nightmare. I mean, it's scary. It's a scary thing for a lot of people. This idea you have is brilliant, because the fourth industrial revolution, the Great Reset, and that right there. I mean, that if you can get in with that, and you're going to open that door. I mean, I am so excited about this as a way of talking to people. So thank you for this.
Oh, yeah. What can I say? You know, it's like when I said to Steve, and he told 8 people, and those 8 people are, you know, who's to say that they haven't all gone off and told 8 people each? You know, this is how viruses spread. This is how things on Twitter go viral. One person or 2 people, one person shares something, and 2 people share it. So you've got 4 people plus the 2, and then each of those 4 people share it to 2 people. It's like, what would you rather have? If I said to you, I will give you $28,000 now, or I will give you a penny a day doubled, what would you take?
Say that again? I missed it.
I'm gonna make you an offer, and this is because I ain't got $28,000, but I could give you $28,000 now, today, this minute. I can't, but I'll give you $28,000 now, or I will give you a penny now, and then tomorrow I will double it and give you 2 pennies. Then the following day I'll double that and give you 4 pennies, then 8 pennies, and 16 pennies. What would you choose? And I'll do that for a month, 28 days.
I'd take the chunk of money, I believe,
Yeah.
would be the
Guess how
smartest
much?
way. Huh?
Have a guess how much a penny a day doubles up to
In a month?
in 28 days.
It's more than $28,000?
It's over $1 million.
What?
Let me share my screen.
What the heck?
Oh no,
Are you blowing my mind with the blowing my mind stuff? I don't know. We're gonna have to talk about
Yeah,
it.
right. I got a calculator here. It's a solar one, so it might. Let me see if I can on. Let me lift that off.
Right, my charger's not working.
On. It's not working. Right, I've got it on. Oh, I just want to demonstrate this because this is how things. You picked 28. You picked 28 grand. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to demonstrate how me telling 2 people and teaching. This is a business model. I get taught by one person to teach 2 people what I've learned, and then I teach those 2 people each to teach 2 people. Okay. Do you understand that? So you teach 2 people something, and then you also teach 2 people to teach 2 more people. Okay. So this is your penny a day doubled. Right. I'm going to try and do this.
I can barely see that. I'm going to get my calculator and do it myself as well.
You do it yourself, but I'll see if I can demonstrate it here. Okay. That's 2. No, hold it. Cancel. Oh, let me start again. Okay. So I'm doing this 1. Hold it.
That's my calculator.
Right. I'm gonna have to get that comment out of the way a minute.
I don't have calculator on my phone anymore. It's in the cloud. They're telling me to download it.
Well done, James. You know it. It's a business model, but it's
I
all.
can't
It's
see the chat
right.
right now. I need to get to the computer.
Okay.
Okay, I have to do it myself because I can't really see what you're
Well, I'm
doing.
going to do it for everybody else anyway.
So how are you calculating it? Because I'm having
Right.
trouble seeing it.
I plugged in 1. Okay.
Okay,
I plugged in 1. Then I'm going to multiply it by 2. That's 1. Okay. Then right. Let me organize my fingers. Okay. A minute.
Okay,
Right.
hold on. I'm looking too. Oh my God, I cannot see worth crap. I got to get glasses. Glasses. Okay. So start with 1.
Right.
0.01.
Right. So the first day, okay, is 1. Second day is 1 times 2 gives me 2. Third day is times 2. Fourth day times 2. Fifth day times 2.
Still doesn't come up for that for me.
7th day, 8th day, 9th day, 10th day, 11th day, 12th day, 13th day, 14th day, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 days. That is 67108864. I think I've missed one off there.
Are you sure you got the decimals right? You know, with the way I have to do math, I have to write the whole damn thing down.
That's 671,000.
How is that possible?
671,000. What is that? 6,720,000.
Where's the mathematicians in the room?
Right. I'm going to do it so I'm not messing around here. Right. 1 times 2. That's second day. Times 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Comes to 1 million. Listen up now. Penny a day doubled for 28 days comes to 1,342,177 pounds or dollars and 28 cents or pennies. So your 28 grand I've just given you, if you'd have took the penny a day doubled, you would have got 1,342,000. So if I was in a crowd of people and I just told 28,000 people and that was the end of it, that would be the end of it. 28,000 people know. However, if I'd have told one person and taught them how to teach 2 people, over the course of 28 days, they would have told 1,342,000 people. That's how teaching other people to teach other people to share. That was over $1 million. That's 1.3 million pounds or bucks you've just given away. That's how viral things work.
How have I not see? This is where, like, I don't want to affirm anything, but there was a point in time where there was a potential that there was a silent stroke event, perhaps. But there's just an issue with my brain. Like, I don't even know. I don't want to take your stream up with that, but another time, I want you to show me exactly on the calculator so that I can do it for myself, because I have to see it myself, because my mind is actually blown by what you're saying right there. Like, that is a trip. But so
well, can you see that number on? Can you see that number on there?
Oh yeah, I see it. I just
1,342,177 pounds, dollars, and 28 cents or pennies. Okay.
Okay.
Now this is what I did. I did 1. Okay, 1. First day, 1. I multiplied it by 2 for the second day, times 2. Okay. Now you can either push equals, that'll give you 2. Then for the third day, I multiplied that by 2. And if I push equals again, that gives me 4. So the third day, I've got 4 pence. And I keep doing that. Multiply by 2.
I see it now, Richard. I found an actual thing online, and it shows how it breaks down.
Yeah.
By day 16, you're at $327. By day 21, you're at 10,000. By day 15, you're at by day 30, you're at 5,368,709.12. It's crazy. I am just, wow. I wish I would have known about this years ago. This is,
well, I bet you wish you'd have known about it before you took the 28 grand.
well,
it's
except for I would have done the research to figure out. I mean, I'm smart enough to do a little investigation before I just grab a deal, you know. So I would have looked it up. But that's and so listen. You want to know what it makes me think of? I don't know if you had it in your country, but in our country in the 70s, it was, I don't even know what the product was. I'd have to look it up, and I'm sure I can find it. But it was this whole concept. And you tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, and 2 friends, and 2 friends, and 2 friends. And it's like you know how the Brady Bunch, they had all those boxes. I'm sure you've seen the Brady Bunch. So it would show, I told 2 friends, and you told 2 friends, and the whole screen starts filling up with people, the amount of people that are told. So it's so interesting that your concept is what they were. I'm going to see if I can find the commercial for you. Because when you started saying that, I was like, if you tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends, look what can happen.
Absolutely.
So
and this is
it's
why.
great. And we're maintaining what you've been giving me, that, remember, the emotional, the equilibrium, staying balanced, slow to anger. And remember, we get a lot more, you know, with sugar than vinegar, right? So we don't want to close their ear off. And that's what I've been really working on. I think I told you yesterday, the pharmacist screamed at me and was like, "You yelled at me." And I'm like, "No, I did not yell at you. I know I didn't." Because I've been I don't yell at people anyway, but I can be confrontational because I throw shit in people's faces, you know, like, "No, that's not what happened." In this case, I wasn't. I was just trying to inquire about something, and she's like, "You're yelling at me." Ah! So the reason why I bring that up is that delivery, you got to be like really gentle with the delivery, because people are hypersensitive and they can't take shit right now. Is what it looks like. Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. It's assimilating with this. This is the thing. Meet people where they are. Take them to where you want to guide them to where you think they should be. It's meeting people where they are. Finding something. I'm not a trained psychologist. I was brought up in a community right from the baby. I was brought up amongst people, amongst loads of children, in a community where families used to go around and party in other people's houses, you know, at festive times and things like that. You know, it wasn't everybody once secluded in their own little isolated families. Families used to interact. Neighbors loved your neighbors loved neighbors. It was a real thing, and this is just where I've learned. You know, it's part of my it's part of my nurture character, is being able to being comfortable in company, being comfortable with people. I don't like being the center of attention. I don't like it, but you know when there's an emergency, you might be, you know, I don't like the sight of blood, but I've been in a number of occasions where it's been irrelevant. A woman almost cut her leg off, fell off her push bike, and I was going to an interview. I had a white t-shirt. I took it off, wrapped it around her leg. I can't stand the sight of blood. The blood was rolling down the hill, coming out of her leg. She caught it on like a nut that was holding the mud guard on. It was like a nut that was sticking out, like the bolt was sticking out about an inch, and she come down this hill, and because on the pavement, and I was walking on the pavement, I was going for an interview, and she broke like that, and she put her legs down, and the bike went up like that, and she scratched her leg, and it was about a foot long, about a quarter of an inch deep gash right up her leg. Little old lady, well, a little old lady. She was an old lady, and she fell down on. She got down on the floor, and all of a sudden, this trickle of blood. It was like flipping heck, was going down the pavement, and I'm like, oh gosh. I know she was stood up, and I said, "Oh, you best sit down." Raised her leg up. I can't stand blood. I can't stand seeing people get injured. You know, I can't stand watching people even bang their heads, even if they deserve it. You know, it's like, oh no.
I know. I'm the same way. I don't want to see even these people that have harmed me. I don't want to see people get hurt or killed.
Absolutely
Even
not.
the idea of you deserve a good ass whooping, like that doesn't work for me. I don't want to see people get hurt. I want to see people self-correct. I want to see people stand up and be the best person they can be, because in this time, this is now, this is when, this is the time. We need to step up. We're either going to step up for what's right or they're not, and that's what that battle is. And those souls that will not do the right thing, they're going to be gobbled up by the devil. Bye.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
Yeah, but this is a thing.
Listen, honey, I put in your chat. It's like 30 seconds. It's that commercial I just told you about, and I think
I'll look it up in a minute.
It may be Farrah Fawcett, but I think it's interesting. It jogged my memory, and I was thinking, and you are so right. And what we need to do each day is just prepare ourselves, like you tell me about getting right within ourselves, and then going out there and just communicating as we can when we have the opportunity in a very subtle way is the best way. Just subtle, because when I come at it too much like gangbusters, at the beginning I've got him, but then I start losing them. You can see them start glazing over. Too much information, they can't handle it, So
yeah. And then this is the thing, is what I say, is create an interest, really, which is creating a curiosity. And like if you you don't have, right, I've got empty hands. You could do it with an animal, do it with a pet dog or a pet cat, or a child. You've got nothing in your hands. But if you go like this, and then you turn your back on a child, okay, and they're like, it's curious. It's endemic in the human being. It's curiosity. And that is, it's one of those little secrets of just, that ain't a secret. Meet people where they are, and I like to meet people where they are. Because I'm interested in people, not because I want to wake up, even because I want to wake them up. I like chatting, and everybody's got something to teach. I like chatting with old people. I like chatting with young people. I like chatting with young people because, I'm interested in like their education and what they want to be when they grow up, and all, just everything. Everybody's got is an interest for me, so it's not difficult to listen to where they are, where they're coming from, where they come from, where they are, if you're under 30, you don't know any different as to what's up there, the sky, chemtrails. That's all you've known. But for people that are older than 30 or 40, they know that something ain't right when it's pointed out to them. But I think, there's something that's undebunkable. It's the Great Reset. You will own nothing and you'll be happy. There's 4 lines, really. Have you got children? Yeah. Or no? We've got nephews and nieces. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be something that'll twang, and they'll think, yeah, well, even would you send them a birthday card with a tenner in or £20 note? Yeah, I do that every year. Yeah, well, you ain't going to be able to do that next year without your child having to pay tax on it. Honestly, it's the best. It's pretty much the best wake up weapon we've got. Is the Great Reset. And this is like I said. I told Steve. I was like, oh God, Steve. We were brought together. I met him years ago, Steve, when I first came to Taunton. 12 years, something like that. something like that. Can't remember that. I met him way back then because because he was homeless. That's how I met him, because he was homeless, and I said hello, had a chat. But it's like, wow, it's taken. We were brought together, and over that time we developed a trust in each other, and getting trust from somebody that doesn't trust anybody, like the homeless. They don't trust anybody. It takes a lot to gain the trust of somebody that's homeless, because they can perpetually live in distrust in everything.
Well, they're in chronic flight or flight syndrome.
Exactly
and
that.
that's
So
why
homelessness
is very, very bad for the psyche. Once they can get rehomed, it takes 2 years for people to function again. They can't work. It's very destructive, and the government knows this, and that's why they're really they're sticking it to people left and right. It's disgusting.
And the thing about the thing about being homeless is the cure ain't just sticking a roof over somebody's head. It's a long process of rehabilitating people back to living in a house, learning how to pay your bills, learning how to cook again on a stove, just relearning and dealing with the psychological effects. It's a massive process, rehoming a homeless person, particularly long-term homeless person. It's not just, here you go, there's a flat over there, go and live in that. Even there's a flat over there, it's got a sofa in it, it's got a bed in it, it's got a television in it, throw that out. It's got a cooker in it, it's got a kitchen, it's got a bathroom, it's got a boiler in it. You don't want for nothing in there. And what are they going to do once they get in there? There's psychological issues. It's the biggest problem, is the psychological issue. It's not catered for. It's only catered for by volunteer organizations. It's not catered for by government, because they don't understand, and they don't want to understand. And but yeah, when Steve said, "Oh," I was there, and I had 6 or 8 people around me who all got their phones out, and it was like, wow, did Steve and me meet all those years ago for this moment? That we built up this love for each other all those years ago, 10 years. It's so. I mean, firstly, gaining the trust of somebody that's homeless. I cried. I honestly cried. And when I came out of the homeless shelter, okay, I smelled of homelessness. I smelled like a homeless person, and I was over the moon. It stunk, because I was hugging all these homeless people, and I absolutely reeked of homelessness. Like people that wear old coats, and they don't have them washed. They might, the service I worked for, they had showers, they had laundrette, they did meals, they did 2 meals a day. They couldn't provide beds, but because it was a day care center. But it was all staffed, apart from the manager, and there was one other person that was a paid member, and he was pretty much there as a security guard, but he was there because he wanted to help the homeless, but he was paid as well. But they needed him there full time. But when I come out of there, the first time I got in there and I stunk, I was like, wow. I was like, I just couldn't get away from it. It was like, it was just like a reminder, and I cried because I'd been accepted. I was just so humbled. It literally broke my heart. And the first day I worked at Open Door, I came out and I'd gone into town, and I was having a chat with Graham. Now, Graham was another big issue seller, okay, and he was like a fixture and fit, and he'd been there years in the town centre, and he knew everybody. He was sort of like the town crier, didn't cry out. He was sort of like your go-to to find out what's going on. And I was having a chat with him, and Debbie come up, and she worked for a care home, a residential care home, and she was taking one of the residents out for the day into town. And this is after my first day, and I came she said, "Oh," and we met. I was chatting with Graham, and she come up, and she was there, and I just grabbed her and I cried. I cried in the middle of the street. I cried my eyes out because I was just so pent up with there's a lot of emotions. Actually seeing the reality of what the homeless crisis was all about. So we only got a small town. There were like 30 rough sleepers. This is rough sleepers. There's probably another 100 homeless that are housed in like shelter. One room the size of the size of the houses we're going to be living in the future under the Great Reset. Yeah, I honestly broke down in the street. It's so humbling. And I cried. I just cried just because I had somebody there that knew me, and that was my Debbie. So it was, but it's just being able to assimilate with people, knowing a few things that I've been taught. I was taught that thing about the double penny a day doubled. I was taught that back in over 20 years ago. I was taught that. And about curiosity. That was over 20 years ago I was taught that. And it's so relevant now when we're dealing with people that aren't even open to listening to anything. Which is why I said, oh, you don't need to say anything. Just have it there. So it registers. It's like having a strobe, isn't it, in a movie? It registers, and then deja vu whenever. And this is what I'm hoping for Rob, because I know I've experienced the struggle that he is living through in people that just ain't interested. But these seeds might take years, they might not even ever germinate. But my testimony it took 4 years for a seed to germinate, and now everything, she's interested in pretty much everything that I've got to talk about. But I don't dwell on flat earth. I don't dwell on man on the moon, twin towers, anything like that. It's, it won't benefit her anything by spending the remaining little bit of time we got to investigate what the agenda is now. The main focus should be on the Great Reset, and then which will lead to also chemtrails, because we're dealing with the climate crisis. Well, climate crisis has been caused by geoengineering. So there's a lot of jigsaw puzzles in this massive, a lot of pieces in this massive jigsaw puzzle. But all we need to do is get people to open the box, and to open the box with something that cannot be debunked, and that is, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Yuval Harari is coming out and saying it now. Now, is it too late to kick back? No, it can't be too late. Otherwise, we might as well not carry on. We can't go in with this negative attitude, this negative mentality that whatever we say or do ain't going to make a difference. We cannot give up.
Yes, you're right. We can't.
You know what I mean?
No giving up.
Michael, was that directed at me? Who are you asking that? So why do you dwell on Simon Dan distractions? Like what? Who are you talking to? I'm not dwelling on Simon Dan. I haven't mentioned him at all. I'm dwelling on the Great Reset. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. I'm not. All I'm focusing on is a Great Reset. And the reason I'm so diverse in my videos is because I'm interested in everything. And here's the thing: if you're just focused on flat Earth, or you're just focused on globe Earth, you will only attract flat earthers or globe earthers. If you're only on about 9/11, your channel, you will only attract a certain audience that's interested in 9/11. But if you cover everything, chemtrails, flat Earth, the Great Reset, gematria, 666, cooking, survival, prepping. If you cover everything, you've got a better chance of attracting more of a wider audience. It's like having a variety show. Oh yeah, well, let's just go and watch juggling, all right? Or you can go and watch a variety performance, and they got jugglers in there, but they've also got a magician, and they've got singers, and they've got dancers, and they've got, you know, musicians, and they've got this and that. A variety performance will attract more people than a single genre. But what I'm focusing on is something that is provable, and everything else will spring off of it, like chemtrails. People laugh at chemtrails. So they need something that's going to open them up to the fact that chemtrails are real. And that will all come through the Great Reset and the Sustainable Development Program. You know, the saying about don't burn wood. Wood is carbon neutral. If you burn it, or you just let it rot in the ground, it's carbon neutral. It gives off the same amount of carbon. And it's carbon neutral because it absorbs carbon dioxide. And then it gives it off when it decomposes or gets burned. Carbon neutral. It's bullshit, all this don't burn wood. You know, as long as you don't chop healthy grown trees and forests down to build a log cabin, or, you know, as long as you take dead wood, or don't even bother building a cabin out of wood, build it out of stone or mud. I'm a Freemason. No, I'm not. I'm a stonemason, not a Freemason. I got a friend down in Dorset, and he does cob walls. Now, cob walls are pretty much mud, straw, stones, but rather than using cement, it's clay and mud, rammed earth. They call it rammed earth dwelling, rammed earth wall, and it's like a mud up. But he calls himself a mud mason. You know, to mason means to work. Stonemason works stone. A mud mason works with mud. A carpenter really could be class himself as a wood mason because they fashion wood. To mason means to work. So what's a Freemason? Free of work. Work free. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is the secret ain't a secret. If I was a Freemason, I wouldn't be saying these things. Because what I want is I want to lead everybody to salvation and at least some peace, and being free of fear, living on this satanic realm. And the secret is to just have an interest in everything, because then you've got more of a chance of connecting with everybody. And if we want to affect everybody or reach everybody, we need to be interested in what they're interested in. But I'm interested in things not because I want to be interested in everybody else. It's just because I am interested in everything. So, you know, I'm sort of blessed, really, just with the way I am. Is curious. I'm hyper curious. But does anybody want to come on for a chat again still? I'll keep slinging a link, and I'll keep going until my head falls off, really. But
I'm here just listening to you. I was in the chat. I was sharing people's channels so we can all
that's
subscribe.
A good idea. Yeah,
subscribe and stay in touch. And not everybody has content yet, but many have playlists that have been putting together. So that's a great start. And of course, the encouragement is for people to start creating content, because now's the time to use your voice. That's my opinion. So what do you feel?
Well, I was actually going to say exactly the same thing, only not quite so eloquently. I was going to say exactly the same thing. Even if you've just got a 1-minute video of a butterfly on a flower, or anything, chemtrail, anything, You don't even have to go into a conspiracy theory. But once you kick-started and if you got a message to get out there, now's the time to do it, because this internet ain't going to be the same in a year's time. Boo, you and me ain't going to be chatting like this in a year's time. I can pretty much guarantee it. And if we are, I was questioned why, but we ain't going to have the freedom to say anything that we've said now.
Oh no, it's
12 months. They've done a lot.
What's going to happen is, especially in the United States, once the election thing is done, then they're going to start imposing a lot of terrible things, because these people, before they have to get into office, they have to play a game that they're going to do something other than what they always end up doing, which is serving the powers that be. You know.
When's the election?
I think we
Is it
just
2024?
No. These are general elections, I think, that are going on.
What, in your country? In the good
for
old USA?
Yeah, for like congressional seats, Senate seats, bills, but it's not presidential. Presidential's not.
Okay.
2024.
See, this is what they've got to do. They've just done it in this country. They've got to move people in for the final agenda. This Rishi Sunak, I think his name is, has just taken over from Liz Truss. Now, I mentioned to Rob when we were having a chat earlier on, I said, right, I predicted that when Liz Truss and this Sunak guy were both in the running to be chosen, and I said, right, that Sunak will get in because he's one of Klaus Schwab's. I think he's an ex Goldman Sachs banker. He is in totally. He features on the World Economic Forum's website. Look up Rishi Sunak. So I looked at him. He's was Chancellor of the Exchequer. He was a money guru, okay, financial wizard. So I said to Rob, right, he's guaranteed he's going to get in because of what he was, and I was a bit taken aback when he didn't get in, because I said to Rob, he'll be brought in to bring in the digital currency. That's why he will be brought in, because that's why he'll be brought in. But Liz Truss won. Now, what Liz Truss did was that she had a budget and she pretty much destroyed the economy under her watch, purposefully, with the budget. They got. She had the opportunity to say, right, all you fuel companies, we're going to raise your tax a little bit, but no, the fuel cost went up by 80%, I think, but they didn't raise the taxes. She was in there for a reason, and that was her reason, was to get through a budget that would pauperize everybody. Okay, then she went away. Then Rishi Sunak come in. One of the first things he's done is he's introduced now this, I think it's called the CD. Anybody know in the chat? I'm not keeping my eye on the chat. I'm trying to think and talk at the same time. He's brought in the I think it's like the CDC. It's a the digital currency, centralized digital currency something. And I've seen it on the front of the newspaper. Boom, CDC, whatever it is. So that's exactly what I said. He is there to bring in the digital currency and the social credit system. And eventually, under his watch, I don't think there'll be another prime minister. Because as soon as they got people hooked up to the digital currency, and that's it, everybody is a slave to that system. And so when they say, right, the only way you can have it is you've got to have a microchip in your body, because we also want to monitor your health, which we know is a real thing, which they're promoting. They say, well, if you've got heart problems, why don't you have wear this watch so we can monitor your heart from this smart watch. It's a real thing. So as soon as that digital, as soon as money goes digital, boom, that's it. Everybody is then got the choice to say, right, okay, so we'll do business using a phone then. Okay, so I can handle that. You know, just to get along and spend my final year doing what I'm going to do, just funding with me digital currency. But when they say, right, you know, sorry, but everything you've got to be trackable, traceable, monitorable, and the only way you can guarantee that is because a lot of people ain't got phones. A lot of people don't like taking their phones out like they did with China. You will have to have, you know, like I showed, like we've seen in that Busta Rhymes video, fire it up. Digital barcode on the back of their neck. A digital barcode is 666 in English Sumerian gematria. You know, I'm not saying it's the mark of the beast, but it is a mark that puts you in the beast system, and that's what we call it. We call it the beast system. It's a system that is beastly. You know, and like I say it all the time. If I was sat in this room and there were 1 million people sat around me and they all had their mobile phones, okay, somebody could call me and nobody else's phone would ring apart from mine. Okay, now if that phone was in my body and they wanted to say, gee whiz, this phone, okay, everybody else around me, 1 million people all around me would be standing there having fun, but they would gee whiz me and I would drop dead of a heart attack. It's not a weapon of mass destruction because only one person died out of 1 million. But why are they targeted? Why has he died? Well, he's had a heart attack, or he's had something, an aneurysm, or whatever. I don't know. Something. He's had a brain seizure. He's just dropped dead. Nobody's going to be suspicious of one person dropping dead out of 1 million people, are they? This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. That phone will ring if I give you my number and you rung it. That phone would ring. Nobody else's phone in the world would ring apart from mine. How does that work?
I don't know, but I'm so sad because I have to go soon. I have my appointment. But I have a feeling you'll still be here. Right now, I am trying to. They had they had suggested really good channels, and so I've been trying to find those channel links as well. So that's what I'm kind of doing in the background for you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you ever so much for that. Thank you ever so much for that. And I've been neglecting the chat a little bit. So.
And I haven't been reading it because I know you've been talking and I didn't want to interrupt you. But I've been reading. I've been trying to stay on top of the chat and communicating with them, so as best I can, and listening to you.
Oh, God bless you. Thank you ever so much for that, Boo. You see, and then all of a sudden, these people like you and me and everybody in the chat there, and Mo, please forgive me again, please. I just went off on one, but you know, it's all about. This is about, and as the live stream topic is reactive versus proactive. You know, proactive is just it's getting together. It's proactive. Coming up with suggestions and ideas is being proactive. Trying to find solutions. Either, you know, it's like I said about Greta Thunberg. Well, she's all right moaning about climate change and this and that, walking around blaming man for the state of the world, but she's walking around with technology. She's walking around with clothes that are been made by man. If it wasn't for man's invention, she would be walking around naked, flying around the world, or however she gets around the world. You know, in a car, it doesn't matter whether it's an electric car or not. It's got tires made of oil. It's got panels that have been beaten out of steel. And where does steel come from? It comes from ore, iron ore. And how do they extract iron ore? Well, they bash it up and they heat it up to a really high temperature. But where are the solutions? This is what proactivity is. It's finding solutions. not just moaning about something. It's coming up with the solutions. That's being proactive. Getting out there and sharing things with people. That's being proactive. Trying to wake people up by actually engaging with people. That's being proactive. And you know, I just I'm desperate. I'm desperate, and I've got an easy time because of the way I am, because of the way I've nurtured my way of trying to wake people up, trying to get people to see things. It's, you know, it's just, and like I say, the Great Reset is a blessing as well as a curse to getting people to realize, right, well, you know, so, you know, but that's what this was about. Reactive versus proactive. It's no good sitting there, you know, ranting and raving on the internet like me.
But
You
it
know, and I know what,
happens, and it happens, and people, we get passionate and we get upset because we are all being traumatized. So people, it doesn't do any good to beat ourselves up, but to be in consciousness and awareness, to be accountable for what we do, being in consciousness, being analytical of oneself, not like fine tooth comb all the time, beating, like I tend to lean towards that, beating myself up. But we have to operate in consciousness, and we have to be looking at what we're doing and owning our stuff as we're going along. And as we do that, there will be less and less of doing that behavior. If you have to keep owning it, this is what I learned in the AA, it gets really embarrassing when you have to keep saying that you did something wrong and the same thing wrong over and over again. And over time, for me, I'm not willing to do it. I'm not going to repeat the same stuff because I don't want to have to go through being an idiot and having to own what I did. So that's what stops me. I'm gonna be off for a couple of minutes, just so you know. I have to go do something. So I just wanted to throw that in.
all right, sweetheart. Thank you ever so much, Boo, for everything, just being you and everything
It
else.
is my pleasure, because you
Yeah.
have given so much to me, and there's obviously many people that are Moand and Michael and Truth in Time, and everybody is bringing like this wonderful energy that I'm so grateful for. And to anyone I missed, I'm sorry. Allison, everybody in the chat today, I mean, you've got a great group in there participating, wanting to be in the solution, bringing solution, helping others. So it's a great group you got, I think.
Oh, fantastic. Anybody in the chat, I'll have a look in a minute to see who hasn't got a blue wrench. But if you want to share your channel,
I've shared pretty much everyone's channel, but if you
okay.
if you want to do that, that's great, and I'm not telling you not to. But I did go all the way through it, and then they were sharing channels of the other channels that they like. So I was trying to find those too. So I did as much as I could. I don't.
Bless you.
Within my limited time, I may not be able to go through and find any more of those other channels they were talking about. But I do believe I got the channels of everybody participating in the chat, and I put it in there. I shared it.
Excellent. Thank you ever so much for that.
Okay, I'll be right back.
If anybody, please feel free to share a link to your channel, please. Even if you've got nothing on it. Even if you've got nothing on it. Because you never know, one day you might think, ooh, that's interesting. Make a little video. Upload it. I don't know how I don't know how you use one of these. I can't get on the internet with this now anyway. I've shut all that off. But they call them shorts, I think, don't they? You know, you never know. You never know. One day you might, if you haven't made a video, you might think, well, but the thing about actually having a video is you've got a point of contact in your comments. Yeah. So let me go through the chat a minute. I'll thank you all for bearing with me. Still stuck, Mo. I'd love to hear what you. I'd love to give you the total floor. Now it was just I was I felt Rob's frustration, really, and I was frustrated that I was frustrated for him, and I was also frustrated for me. That he, you know, I can't think of anything simpler than just leaving a note about and not even interacting with anybody. Just, you know, it's like, oh, I got this book here. When I was having a lot of surgery down in Exeter, I used to catch a train. Okay, now this is quite a common thing that people do, and I found this. It was brand new. Get your shit together. How to stop worrying about what you should do so you can finish what you need to do and start doing what you want to do, by Sarah Knight. Okay, now this was left on the seat, and this is a thing in Britain, in England, is people will just leave publications. I know Rob does it with David Yates's books. He'll leave them in a canteen, you know. But a thing is leaving books on the train and on public transport. People pick them up and read them, and that was very useful at that time. And I only read up to there before I thought, well, so I might put this in the charity shop. I read up to page 18, but at the time it pretty much was a kick up the arse for me, to get out of the doldrums I was in. But that's just a way of that people will drop a note to share a little bit of truth. We're just writing, you know, just writing, you will own nothing and you'll be happy, World Economic Forum, and leaving it everywhere in the supermarket. If you've got a printer, just print loads off. If you get junk mail like I do, we get a lot here. I get a lot. Right. If you get junk mail, okay. Now this is from an energy supply company that are claiming rights over a contract that they haven't got any rights to anyway. But if you open these, I did a video on it actually. I got loads of these. Open them up gently, maybe steam them open them up, take the insides out, have a look at it, take any evidence of your name and address, then get your messages, stick them in, seal it back up, maybe with some, well, I use craft glue, white craft glue. With your message in, you will own nothing and you will be happy. The Great Reset, World Economic Forum, whatever you want to put in it. Concentrate on the Great Reset. Put a website address in it, wef.org, whatever it is. Okay, you will own nothing, you'll be happy. The Fourth Industrial Revolution. Cover this up. Cover the put a sticker over the address label. Seal it all back up. Write return to sender on it. It's got a return address on the back of this one. It doesn't cost you anything. Pop it in a letterbox. Somebody back at this company is going to receive this. They'll open it. It can go one of two ways. The Great Reset. You will own nothing, you'll be happy. Or the Great Reset. You will own nothing, you'll be happy. I got piles and piles and piles of them. These ready to be opened. They take quite a while to open, so that when the recipient receives it, they don't look at it and think, oh, that's already been opened. That you know, but it's got a return address on it. It costs you a penny. Costs you a bit of time. Free. There's one way of doing it. Junk mail, anything. You know, anything you get through the mail. Take your identity out of it totally. Put your message in it. That to me is proactive. Who knows? That is going to go to Coventry, I think. Cumberland. Cumbernauld, wherever that is, Cumbernauld. So somebody in Cumbernauld will open it up. It can go one of two ways, you know. And you never know who you're going to share your information with, like I did with Steve. Told 8 people. You know, that literally blew me away. And that is a testimony to how just telling one right person can boom. This town is pretty elements of it. There's a big percentage of people that know about the old thing. You know, this having this. I think Michael mentioned it earlier on. Is about parallel society. But why have a parallel society? Why not just have one society? And it's a society of people that just do not consent to the Great Reset. So stuff the parallel society. We want a society with no device in it. And DIY anarchy is another hashtag in my in the title of this video, title of this live stream. DIY anarchy, do it yourself anarchy. Well, anarchy isn't necessarily. It might be assumed to be destruction and killing people and fighting and kicking doors in, and no, it's not. It's about changing. It's about flipping. Do it yourself anarchy. Just do it yourself. Listen, government, we don't need you. We don't need you. One world government. Okay, well, if there was a one world government, there's loads of people in the chat. Boo, David Yates, Ron, James, Chuck, Moira. I'd say, listen, we've got to have one government. Come on it, because your heart is one of love and justice, equal rights. Nobody goes without. Nobody has everything. You know, so the Great Reset ain't such a bad idea if it wasn't governed by who it's governed by, really. People that haven't walked the walk of being homeless, or walked the walk of being starving, or walked the walk of being freezing, having worked all their lives, paying into a pension pot because of the financial corruption. It's pretty much set up to fail for them. The whole system. We need our Great Reset, not their Great Reset. And I keep faith in that we can turn it around. Otherwise, I might as well just give up now. You know? Let me have a look through the chat. Does anybody want to come on for a natter? I'm going to copy the link again. I pretty much said everything that I really can think of saying. But the thing is, I mean, fundamentally, it's don't overload people. Don't get into conspiracy theories. Those things that have been scored underlined with conspiracy theory, because we're dealing with people that watch television. Oh, it's Chuck here. We're dealing with people that watch television. The digital wallet is a real thing. Chuck.
Hey, I just want to say something. I was trying to share a link. I saw a couple people in the chat ask you if you had a time frame. And I don't know if you've seen, but I shared a video several times. I've been trying to get this out for a while, that I believe that the Bible tells us that 6,000 years is the time frame that we have. Have you heard that? I shared a video in the chat, and there was a book of Barnabas. Barnabas was a teacher under the Apostle Paul. And the early church, the church of Laodicea, for some reason, they removed a lot of the books. And they only wanted to give us 66 books in the canon. but he goes on to explain it that after 6,000 years, God makes an end of all things.
Yeah.
And the people that rule this world, they know what year it is. You know, they know how much time they got. You know, the Bible says the devil knows he has a short time. You know, how would he know he has a short time unless God has told us? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But yeah, I just strongly urge people getting that information out, because it's in the Epistle of Barnabas, and it's in the regular Bible where, you know, God created the earth in 6 days, and on the seventh day he rested. And you know, a day with the Lord is 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a day. And the Sabbath, you know, the day of rest, symbolizes the 1,000-year millennium, when Christ comes down here and rules and reigns for 1,000 years.
Is that? Did you share your video? Because I watched that, and
I did. I put it in the chat down there. I'm driving, so I can't really. I can't remember the name of the lady in the chat. She's real nice. She's on here now. My mind is like, my memory's awful, but maybe she could share or check that link out, but share the information.
Chuck,
Yes.
I'll actually put it in. I mean, if you actually, under the video, when you get back, if you actually put that one in there, I will pin it.
I did.
In comments under the video.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to hear feedback from you guys, because I've tried to get this out to some bigger channels and they keep blocking it, and I've never been able to get. It's like people just ignore it, and it's been in the Bible all along. You know, about the 6,000 years. They want us to believe that we're billions of years old, and you know, and like they want you to believe in evolution and all that garbage.
Bullshit, I got now. Did you know you meant there was a time frame, wasn't there?
Yeah. I have an 1800 a Bible from the 1800s that puts timelines in there.
Yeah.
It's a quick video, but it really drops a lot of truth in it.
Because I've got in my Bible, which is 1800s as well.
Yeah.
There is a chronology. Okay. Now I actually photographed it because I wanted you and me to get together on this, because there's a chronology. In fact, and I photographed it, but I've got a feeling the photographs are on my phone. But there's and I did mention you. I think I mentioned you on Boo did a live stream the other day, and I mentioned it on there, was the fact that 2016 minus 150 years is 1856. No, 18. It was something like 1860. I could get it, but there's a. Oh, let me. Right. This is an old Bible. This. Okay. Yes. It's called Brown's Self-Interpreting Holy Bible. It belongs to my.
Yeah, let's talk about this. This is a good subject, man. I love stuff like this.
Yeah.
And I know where you're going, and I looked into it, and you're right, man. I mean, you're spot on. And absolutely. I'm just wondering why nobody else talks about this.
Right, I'm gonna see. We'll actually get together on a proper one, because then I can get the photographs up of the actual bit in here. So this here is called chronological index of scriptural history.
I have that Bible on the video. Yeah, I have that Bible right there on the video that I shared. Yeah,
is this the same one with this bit here?
I think it is. I think it probably is.
1866. About this time, or 150 years later. I'll read it out because I can't. About this time, or 150 years later, from 1866, which puts us into 2016. About this time, 150 years later, Christ's witnesses, who have been much persecuted and often reduced very low, will be almost utterly extirpated by anti-Christian influence, but God, who has already scourged the anti-Christians by the wars of the Saracens. And it sort of goes on a bit there into a little bit of just a little bit of spiel. But that date there, and in fact, actually, somebody else has actually written in pencil, because this is my Debbie's family Bible. Somebody's actually written in pencil. 1866 is printed. They've written 150 underneath, and it adds up to 216. I didn't write that.
Well, I got
2016.
it in the Bible. The Bible I found was the year we're in is 5,998. So really, if you go by that, 2025 is the, that's the time where you can't go any further than that, because that will end. But you got to subtract, because in the scripture where the clock stops and God goes back to the Jews, he calls it Jacob's trouble. The week of days, there's going to be 7 years, which I believe the last year will be cut short, because he says he has to cut the time shorter. There'll be no flesh left, but it all fits perfect, man. And can you play that video? Can you play a video on your live streams?
I can do it. Yeah, I'll play it in. Give me.
It's real short. Yeah, it's only about 4 or 5 minutes long.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's fascinating. But that was the AD 1866. Okay. The year it says here, year of the world, 5,869. 5,869. Now we can get together. I can share the imagery. I can even I can even email you the imagery of this. But there is a final date in here, and it's AD 2,900, or about 150 years later. There will perhaps be a great decay of religion. That's 2,900. That's a long way away. But 6,900 is the year of the world. Okay, but I'll look that up, because I got something in here that made me think. Like 2016, if you look at when Klaus Schwab come out about the Fourth Industrial Revolution, that was in 2016. Chemtrails probably boomed really around about that same sort of time. There's a lot of things happened in 2016, and that within a few years either side of 2016. But
that was when censorship hit real hard, because the truth was getting out, and that's when they nailed it back then.
Yeah. So that you prompted me to that, Chuck. You prompted me to look, because I knew I had that in that book. Why is that book ended up with me? I'm a custodian of it. It belongs to my. It's the heirloom of my Debbie's. She's my sort of ex. Well, she's my ex-wife, but we're still together. But it was like an attic. It lived for years and years and years and years and years in the attic, and then it ended up in our attic, and I come across it. So I've ended up with this.
That's a gem. That's a gem you got there.
But I'll search that. If anybody can sling the link into that, has anybody actually slung in? Or I could go right up through the comments. Is that?
Yeah. Man, I'd like to go on with you when I'm at home and actually
do that. We can get together on this, because what I can do then is I can screen share the photographs. I took the photographs, so I was going to make a little video so you can see. In fact, that's what I'll do. I'll put them on a short video just so you can see what I've got here. And because
that'd be awesome.
Because this is one thing I was curious about, Chuck, is 7 years of tribulation. Yeah. Now I'm not a Bible scholar by any means. By any means, I rely on people like yourself and Ron that are in tune with Jesus Christ and God, and know Scripture pretty much back to front, inside out. Can boom it out. So I'm pretty reliant. But if I've got something and I got some and I know where to go with it, and it's you because you brought it up. But the 7 years of tribulation. Now I've got in my mind that 2023 is going to be the end of any opportunity we got. Okay, and probably
That's
the end.
2-2. That's 3-2-2 backwards too. Have you thought about
Yeah,
that, Richard?
I know that. That's what. That's you know. That's what.
It's coming. We all know. We all can feel it. It's coming. We just don't know the day or hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is the thing. 2016 plus 7. What does that make?
23.
2023.
Yeah.
So is there something?
Yeah, man.
To
That would. Yeah. Man, we gotta do. I would love to come on live with you like this weekend when I'm at home, and
Yeah,
I
mate.
actually can pay attention and not try to drive. You know, it'd be probably a little safer to do it that way too.
Well, we need. It's fascinating, mate. How just things fall into place. Like it might be falling in the wrong place. I might have got it totally wrong, which is why I'm sort of relying on the likes of you and Ron. If Ron could come on as well,
Well, you got to look. You got to look at everything. You know, and just look at it. I'm not sitting here saying that "Thus saith the Lord" or anything like that. I'm just saying we all can feel it, and they know they're getting ready to bring in a reset. You know, and we know the flood. The flood was a reset. That was about 2,000 years, and then 2,000 years later, you had Christ that died, and now we're coming up on the next 2,000 years. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be big.
Yeah, absolutely. But
yeah, man, I'm gonna jump back on and just listen, and I want if you can play that real short video and just talk about it a little bit, and I'll be in the chat, and maybe we can hook sometime when I'm at home. That would be great.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, you know, I think I've been on a couple of live streams with Boo, and I've said, got to get together with Chuck really. Just for this, even if it's, you know, for this specific thing. But if I make a short video, all I got to do is stick them on a video, and that's it. Just let them roll, just so you can actually see exactly what I can see here. But why have I got that?
Yeah,
book?
feel free to take anything you want out of my videos, anything you got. I got. Take anything you want, man. Just we want to get the truth out there, you know.
Well, what I'll do is I've got about, I don't know, I've got a few videos, I might a few photographs, okay, that I'll stick on a video that might last a minute long, just so that you can see what I'm going to be on about when we get together. Because it's pointless me going, you know, it's pointless me going off on a, you know, a 20-minute video when I don't really know what I'm talking about, because I might be wrong. But it's just so you can actually see what I can see. So it's as simple as that.
Yeah,
but,
well, I'll have to check it out. And like I said, when I'm not driving, it's breaking up now, and I can't hear good, and it's like just sounds like I'm underwater or something. But
right, let me go and find your.
I put it in the link. It's the biggest. Yes, the biggest secret here. Let me see if I can share it back in the chat. Hold on.
You can share it back in there. I'll get it up, Chuck. But
I can share a private chat with you. Here.
Oh, that's a good idea. I got another one in here. Hey, Malibu.
Well, no, it's not doing it. I got it. I'll share it in the chat. When I jump off, I'll share it in the chat. Okay.
All right, bro. But yeah, is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that you and me met and Boo and, you know, just all these people that come together and dotted all over the place? To you, just all these people, even Dub and Michelle. Dub needs. How's Dub doing anyway? Has he seen the light yet? I missed a chat on Sunday. I was ill. Is he? Yeah. Right. I'm sorry I've missed all the chat. If anybody wants to, yeah. But that is yeah. It's sort of. He's keeping up thoughts of getting baptized again. Baptized again. Does anybody want to come on and say hello? Yeah. I'm interfering in somebody else's conversation there. That's what either. I'm reading through the chat a minute. Somebody's. Oh, who's that? That's Chuck there. Malibu's still there. Malibu's Chuck. Right. I'm waiting for Dystonia Perilous. What's that? Oh, there it is. I've got your link there. If I blow, bear with me. Right, let me share my screen a minute. Let me get my ugly mug off. Okay, this is. No, I think this is the one that this is the one that Chuck linked. Go subscribe. Just I don't know. Do whatever. But subscribe to Chuck if you want to know. Let's have a look. All right. I have watched this. Yeah, 78 likes. That's not bad. Zero, no likes. Wow. Right, bear with me a minute. I've got to mess around here. Please bear with me. Settings. I think I've got to cut myself off, otherwise it doesn't play. Audio. Right, and then if I go on to stereo mix.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap. So, I guess you want to do it again.
Okay, I know I've been playing this in a video last week, but this is the biggest secret. Probably one of the biggest secret is how long we have here. And the Bible talks about 6,000 years, but I found something else that a good brother shared with me. But just for those of you that haven't seen this, this is the Epistle of Barnabas. He explains how God made the earth in 6 days, and on the seventh day he rested. The seventh day is the Sabbath. Okay, well, a day with the Lord is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is a day. And Barnabas goes on to explain that the 6 days of creation equals 6,000 years. And then God makes an end of everything after 6,000 years. And then he comes back and sets up his kingdom for 1,000 years on the seventh day. That's the day of the Lord. You know, a day is 1,000 years. He tells you about it right here, but y'all listen to this real quick, and then I got something from a Bible from 1800. Here, listen to this.
He speaks of the Sabbath at the beginning of the creation. And God made in 6 days the works of his hands, and on the seventh day he made an end, and rested in it, and sanctified it. Notice, children, what is the meaning of he made an end in 6 days. He means this: that the Lord will make an end of everything in 6,000 years. For a day with him means 1,000 years. And he himself is my witness when he says, he means this, that the Lord will make an end of everything in 6,000 years. For a day with him means 1,000 years. And he himself is my witness when he says, lo, the day of the Lord shall be as 1,000 years. So then, children, in 6 days, that is, in 6,000 years, everything will be completed. And he rested on the seventh day.
One more time.
This means, so then, children, in 6 days, that is, in 6,000 years, everything will be completed. And he rested on the seventh day. This means.
Okay, I'm going to show you a clip from a Bible back from the 1800s that it has chronological order and dates in it. This is pretty amazing. It's only a minute long, but y'all check this out.
This Bible from 1813 has something very interesting. It is a facts page that contains a list of people and events in chronological order. It says, whereupon we reckon that from Adam unto Christ are 3,947 years, 6 months and 10 days. And from the birth of Christ to this present year is 1814 years. Then the whole sum and number of years, from the beginning of the world unto this present year is 5,788, 6 months, and the said odd 10 days. In the year 1814 the world really was 5,788 years old. This year, 2022, the Earth would be approximately 5,998 years old. This year, 2022, the Earth would be approximately 5,998 years old.
One day, Jesus is coming. You may be at church. You may be at work. You may be asleep. God grant that you will be ready when he makes his personal appearance. My God, what if his appearance occurs on a Sunday morning? My prophetic word to you this morning is get ready! Get ready!
I can't hear you for some reason. Oh, there you are. No. Well, I can't hear you. So I'm driving now, so I'll just be listening on the YouTube side, and I'll be done in about about an hour, and then I'll come back on if you're still live. So I'm going to jump because I can't hear you. Love you, love you, love you. Sending you a big hug, and great stream so far, and fantastic chat going on. Excellent. So glad I could be here. See you soon.
There you go. There you go. Right, that was my fault. That. Thank you, Michael, for that. Did the video play? Yeah, my volume didn't come up. So what I actually said was coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidence. 5,000 miles that way, Chucky. 5,000 miles this way, me. 5,000 miles another direction. All connecting. All connecting. Alison Bleb, I don't think I said hello to you yet. So hello, welcome. I know you've been up there. Yeah. So I think I pinned the link to that video at the top. That'll also take you to Chuck's channel. And it's interesting because I've got my next video on. I can probably make it in about 10 minutes. It won't be a lot of information apart from just photographs of what I've just said there. But it coincides quite nicely with the time 2024, 2023. So it's intriguing stuff. Intriguing stuff. Does anybody want to come on and have a natter? Hello, Alison. Video, yeah. That to me, I've watched it and I thought, right, oh gosh, and I just could not comment underneath it. I'm like, what can I write? I got to look at my Bible there. What can I write? No, I checked my Bible. Wow, and I worked out wrong. I only added 50 years on, so I think I added it up to 2006. Yeah, no, 2016. And I thought, no, but I've forgotten to add 150 on. I just added a 50 on. But that coincidence is like from him up above, Richard, Chuck, everybody. What do you think of this? God speaks without speaking. Really, it's true. We've spoken in the book. Anyway, let me share it. If anybody wants to come on and say hello, share any testimony, anything. I've been going for over 3 hours now. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's going to be very testing. Which is why you know, it's panic mode, really. Panic mode. Controlled panic, you know. But honestly, it's to be alive in this time. You know, it's scary, isn't it? People say, oh, and exciting, isn't it? Exciting. Yeah, I'm right. So if anybody wants to join in, come on and say hello, because all I'm doing is repeating myself now. But this is about you know, it's be proactive. Be proactive. If you be the change you want to see, you know, if you want to see a change, it's pointless just moaning about it. You know, we got to be proactive. We got to be the change we want to see. Really. Yeah. I'm just going through. I'm going to Mo. I'm never gonna. I am ever so. I'm so glad you've hung around, and I was very rude. I'm glad you stuck around. I was very rude of me, but you know, it's very rarely I rant, and to be honest, it's only Rob that makes me rant. I love Rob. I love Rob. God put us together. Yeah, I've almost shared all I can now. Need to change focus. Yeah, I think Mo, the thing is not to get overburden ourselves with more than we can cope with, because we will be given what God thinks we can handle. So don't, and this is for everybody, don't get beaten up by trying to do too much. Really, I got to tell myself that it pretty much crippled me mentally, and in my relationship, it literally crippled me. It got me so depressed when I first found out about all the abuses against children going back. It crippled me mentally. I just took everything on board, and I owned it. So yeah, it's pretty much the way it is, really, Michael. But you never know. I you know, I'm going up through the chat. No volume, no sound. But silence over here. Was that? Oh, there's Ang there. Ange, I didn't notice you there. I totally neglected the comments. Well, I did actually. So if you're still there, Ang, and you want to come on for a quick natter and a woof, if you're still here, what the time is? 11. Yeah. So I'm still going up for the chat. Yeah, I'm sort of at the top of what they allow me to see now. Dub is not open yet. Something will, you know, somebody will just make him realise that, you know, what does it cost? Cost anything? What is the reward? Everything. Everything. Money cannot buy what the reward will be. Oh, Trinity, have you got any? Is there anything on your mind that any of us can? You know, just the thing is to not let ourselves get ill over it, mentally ill, physically ill over what we think we should be doing, really. You know, Richard. Oh, how long ago was that comment made? Yeah, I'm going back over the comments here. Passionate. It's a lot of things, really. I am passionate about it, but a lot of it is just trying to find the little keys with individual. Everybody is different. Everybody has a different character. Everybody has a different attention span. Everybody has a different interest. And it's just finding a way. People that haven't got any interest whatsoever in it, there's got to be something that something that twangs to you know, meet people where they are, what they're interested in. And all I was doing was racking my brains for Rob, really. I hope he just writes something down, something that sticks in there till is among us. Absolutely. Absolutely. Where two or more are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them. And all praise and thanks I give to the Father and Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus, the sinless one. Not any other Jesuses out there, just Jesus, the sinless one, begotten Son of God. So, you know, all roads have to lead that way anyway. As soon as, you know, some say, oh, as soon as you open people up to the great reflex, it is a real thing. What's it all about? It's all about getting technology in you. Is it going to be the mark of the beast, having a bit of technology in your right hand? I'm not saying that, but that's part of what we know as the beast system. Why is it called the beast system? I knew it as a beast system before I was even a biblical guy. What's that? Yeah, I consider myself a widow and my children orphans, and I pray for his help daily. Yeah. I mean, if somebody wants to come on and you know, give some words of encouragement that isn't my mental mad voice and opinion, somebody that has got a less or different, just even some different ideas of how people can be proactive, get involved in live chats, getting involved in the comments, but the most important thing is sharing what we've learned off of YouTube. The only, you know, YouTube at the moment is just about learning and teaching. For where? It's for out in the streets, in your communities. We're dotted all over the world, you know, and all it takes is one person to tell one person that knows 8 people. You know, and then all roads lead to Jesus Christ, which they do. Because, you know, I say to people, well, oh, thanks for doing that. Thanks for sharing that. And I say, well, if it weren't for Jesus Christ, I wouldn't have done it. I would be a bit more selfish, or, you know, definitely more hateful, definitely hateful in the mind. So, you know, all thanks ultimately go to Jesus Christ for making me a better man, really. And for those that don't believe in the power of Jesus Christ, you just got to consider what everything that we do generates an energy that is reflective of our intent. Now, if my intent is to be a better man, better person, a better man, and for God to say, Richard, you know, you're pretty close to what I originally designed, created. You're quite close. You're not quite there, but you're pretty close. But the intent is there. My energy. This is how I see it. I developed a psyche and a character that my energy wants to be a sinless man. That's what the intent is. And I will try my best. And this is what Jesus Christ is all about. You know? And everything is down to intent. If there's another Jesus in the Bible, or there's a different Jesus, a Jesuit Jesus, or you know, Was he a sinless man? What were his morals? Did he love without condition? Did he love everybody? Did he forgive? For they know not what they do? Did he understand how people have been deceived? Yeah. So everything we are is down to our intention, our intent, and our desire to what we want to be like. And if there is an eternity, which I believe there is, I know there is, my energy, your energy will exist forever. Unless God stops it. But energy will be absorbed and given out as a different energy. But our initial energy, and our energy is absorbed anyway from the earth, we're born out of the earth. Our mental functioning is energy, neurology. You know, I'm not a medical person. Neither is Bill Gates. You know, so don't take any advice that I give on the body of a man or a woman. You know, don't take any medical advice from me. As Boo says, this is satire when I'm talking about the body. But this is it. What is your energy? What energy are you giving out? And what energy are you giving within? Boo. Align yourself with whatever you want. If you want to be a Satanist, align yourself with a Satanist. Do all the things they do. But that's the most negative energy you can get, I think. You know, if everything's about intent, I should be watching this. Yeah. So there's not a huge amount more I can say, but I don't want to be hanging on here for hours. Oh look, I'm on 3. Oh, let me share this whole screen. Have a look at the time coming up. Have a look at this time up here. See it? 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Boom! Wow. I'm crazy. Yeah, no, I ain't a Freemason. I don't like keeping secrets. I don't like keeping secrets. Oh, thank you, Mo. I absolutely adore you. And I just wish that I hadn't been so rude and just self-indulgent, really. Yeah. Does anybody want to come on? Alison, you like a chat, don't you? I am. Just keen to get people on. It's, you know, just while there's a dozen people in here, you know, that's a lot. That's 12 people. That's probably 6 trolls hiding in the wings. GCHQ. 6 really beautiful people. Let me invite some in. Oh, just lost one, so that's one troll gone because they've been sussed. Right, this is the last chance saloon now because, like I said, I've been going 3.5 hours. I could chat for ages, but all I'll be doing is repeating myself. And I'm quite keen to get this video out, just of some photographs of that, so that when Chuck gets home, we can have a look at it. And at some point, we can get together and, you know, he might be able to make more sense out of it than me. It might correlate with what he's got in his little arsenal of understanding. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I totally agree. I totally agree. Trolls, no, they haven't got a chance. I don't bite the bullet. I don't bite their bait. I laugh, really. And I just think trolls are here to learn something, not for me, just off of how, oh, Ang, how I love you. There she is. Hold it. I'm adding you now. Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Ang. It's Ange. It's Ange, isn't it?
Huh?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
I can. You're very quiet, but you're a lady. So.
All right. How about? Is that
Wow, that's
better?
perfect. Oh, Ang. It's Ange, isn't it? Is it Ange or Ang?
It's Angie. It's Angie.
Angie.
Yes.
Oh, I absolutely adore you, Angie. I thank you
It's
ever
nice
so
to
much for
meet you
coming.
face to face.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I've made so many really beautiful friends on just on the YouTube, and really in quite a short amount of time, really. That
Me too. It's been
and you're
amazing.
yeah. Is oh,
Jack's here, but he's outside. If you can see him over
that's it.
there.
Traveling Jack, that's him.
Traveling
Yeah.
Jack's over there.
Is he? Yeah. How you keeping? All right. You look very
We're doing good. Jack had kennel cough here. He got it like Sunday, and he was sick, so I've been kind of tired, so that's why I kind of look rough. But yeah, he's doing a lot better. I gave him some doxycycline. I had to. He's had a real bad chest cold. But we're good now.
yeah.
You know, I live in Houston just because I know I don't know everyone here, and now I can't see the comments. So yeah, I live in Houston now, but I was just telling the people in the chat, I woke up in 18. I have a long story about that. Probably tell it some other time. But I was in prison, and when I got out, I saw everything very clearly all of a sudden. It was crazy because I was atheist and everything, Richard. I've been
Wow.
through a journey, and I was like crash course wake up time. I started to wake up about 6 months before I got out of prison,
Wow.
and I couldn't do any research.
What was the spark?
All right, this is gonna sound weird, guys. When I was in prison, all right, I used to draw. I draw, you know, I'm an artist, and I used to draw. So I was laying in bed in my cell. I was locked, you know, double locked for getting in trouble. And that night, I know this is gonna sound crazy, guys. Please don't think I'm crazy. I'm really not. But this ball floated down out of the ceiling. Okay, this ball of light. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. I was laying there. I've told like 2 people this story because I know how crazy it sounds. Anyways, it floated down out of the ceiling, and it floated down right in front of my face. And while I was looking at it, all these faces started flipping through it. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so I saw that, and then it was like the next morning, my friend threw a book under the door, right? So guess what book it was?
Oh, don't tell me. What was it? The Bible? Holy Bible?
It wasn't the Bible, but it
Right,
was
let me guess.
Cooper.
Let me guess. What was it?
Sorry.
I missed that.
It was Cooper.
Oh,
It was
I wouldn't have known that.
Behold a Pale Horse.
Okay,
I'm sure some of you are familiar. It's a conspiracy book. Well, anyway, I read this, and this is all about the Freemasons and the military and the government in America, right? And you know, I've always had these weird, you know, things about the government anyway, but always been anti-government, never liked them ever in my life. Always been super 2A, which, you know, obviously I like guns, stuff like that. Anyways, so when I read that book, I couldn't believe it. Like, I was like, what? Like, it was just like this huge awakening thing, right? So I couldn't do any research. I'm still in prison. I still got 6 months to go before I get out. Well, I get out, and I immediately start researching Cooper. Well, come to find out that the story goes, because I don't know what's true anymore. I mean, really. But the story goes that Cooper was murdered by the police, right?
This is Bill
So
Cooper, is it?
I was like, that just sealed it for me. I was like, oh, so I just took off on my journey, started noticing the chemtrails everywhere that I never saw, because I was a sleepwalker like most people, you know, I guess. And all the conspiracies just came within 3 months. I was on to flat Earth and just
Oh.
fully immersed. Yeah,
Wow.
I was fully immersed. I was like, wow, this is mind blowing. So that's basically the story.
Wow.
It's crazy. It's been wild. And then as soon as, and this I documented all on my YouTube channel. I mean, literally, it's all from that moment when I got out that day. It was put on my heart to talk about it. And I had
started my channel, and I started it not only for that, but to document Jack's life because he's my dog. And, you know, obviously my only family, my dad recently died, but all my family's been dying. They killed my sister last year with COVID, the live COVID. She didn't have COVID, but they lied and said she did, put her on a ventilator and murdered my little sister, which I also documented. But yeah, it's been a crazy ride, you know, and I don't know what to say. And I've met some amazing people. You know, I love Brandon, the Big Zib. I mean, he kind of helped me walk through this walk because I wouldn't have known how to take it, you know, but it literally went from an atheist, and I wouldn't say a Satanist because I didn't worship the devil either. I didn't believe in any of that, you know, but I was, didn't believe in God at all. I have a, you know, came from the South, you know, around this area actually, but I grew up in New York. Man, let me tell you, what a journey. And then to ever think that I'd be sitting here talking about how much I love Jesus, I would have told you were crazy. I would have told you were crazy, but now I just can't get enough. You know, I'm Jesus crazy. I love Jesus. You know? So,
absolutely, 100%, 100%.
And the Bible and everything, but watching it all unfold in front of my eyes was probably the most insane things. And then when COVID hit, I hit the road. They told us to stay in the house, and I knew immediately it was time to go. And I hitchhiked from Washington State to Texas, and you know, and then I documented the whole journey. It's been wild.
How far is that? Washington to Texas. How far is that?
That's about 2,500 or 3,000 miles, something like that. It's all the way across the country.
Wow.
Yeah, I hitchhiked all the way across the country. Came to my dad's. I got to spend a year and a half with my dad before he died of cancer here a few months ago. Bought me a car, and then I didn't have to hitchhike anymore. And I've been traveling pretty much ever since. I got to Houston about 5.5 months ago. I've been here stable, like, you know, got me a regular job and stuff. But before that, I spent a year on the road camping, went to the mountains, the deserts. I had to travel, man. Once I was in prison for that couple years for assaulting a police officer, they had come in my house and assaulted me in front of my son, who was 17 at the time. And I assaulted them back, got in trouble for giving one of the cops concussion. So I went to jail for 2 years. They railroaded me. You know, they violated my rights. There's no doubt about that. But this ain't about that. You know, it's just what happened. And then, you know, I've been kind of like doing this spiritual journey ever since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, God has really called me. He put it on my heart. Like,
yeah. So when you seen the orb in your isolation, was that you thinking, right, I'm going to behave myself now because I want to get out of here?
Oh no, I was behaving. I had a 2-year sentence for a flat sentence. You're talking about prison, right?
Yeah, but you said you were put like double lockdown or something, did you say?
I was locked down. I was locked down for I didn't get along with officers very well. I don't do well with authority. I never have. But you know, I'm kind of a normal person. But when I was younger, I used to get in a lot of trouble because I used to like to fight. I was quite violent, right? And I'm not, you know, it's nothing I'm proud of, obviously now. But at the time, that's how I lived life. You know, I grew up that way, and so you know, there's things that I probably shouldn't have done or whatever, but the cops have really been horrible. I really do speak out against them a lot just because they're not good people here. They're really not. Okay. I mean, but anyways, you know, I try to leave. I stay to myself a lot. You know what I mean? Like I really have very limited friends just because you know what it's like to wake up and then everybody's sleeping. And then when I walked outside that day and everybody had masks on, I thought I was in a movie. I was like, is this real life? Like, it's because I already knew COVID was, you know, crap, and they were instigating all of these things. So me and my friends kept saying, man, it feels like something's going to happen back in December. What was it, 19? Back in December of 19? Yeah, we kept saying that, you know, and part of Brandon's group, actually, you know, I'm good friends with a lot of those people. I'm out on his channel. But we kept saying, oh, something's going to happen. We can feel it. Like there was this energy, which is also starting to culminate again, right? Well, and then COVID came out and I went, this is it, guys. And we laughed. I remember laughing about it. We didn't think it would go that big, right? But people bought it and they wore the masks. And I was like, oh, no, they really are zombies. Like, I just couldn't believe it. And I'm not trying to be mean. Okay, I know they've been lied to.
Can I say something a minute?
Yes, sir.
I'm all for free speech. YouTube ain't. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Me too.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it was a real thing, COVID. I know that.
Oh no, it
a real
was.
thing.
People got sick for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know what they did.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know how to be. I don't know how to be non-rude about it. It's just to say, well, we can either call it something else, like I don't know, call it stomach bug, food poisoning.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
And I called it the flu at first. Remember?
Yeah.
Because the flu kind of disappeared and we were like,
Oh yeah. Well, I actually got a text yesterday to say I can have my actual my flu jab is ready if I want it. Yeah, my flu jab is
yeah.
ready.
Oh, there you
But
go. Absolutely not. Yeah. No.
I contacted them
I don't think
about 2
anything's
months
the
ago.
government.
Yeah, no, I don't know why they're bothering, but I can't contact them.
It's evil, man. It's evil.
Absolutely, 100%, 100%. And I've got a video coming out. I've got to be very careful about it because
Yeah.
what they've done with the local bus station, it's laughable, really. But I'll just put it up. I want to get me live streaming out of the way because if I do get a spank for a week, then it puts me.
I get it.
You know,
What happened to you? What happened to your face? I'm
I
just curious.
cancer.
Cancer?
Cancer.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's what took
And
my dad.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Listen, it's God's will, really.
I know. I know.
I accept it, and I
But
accept it. People actually, this is the thing. I say it is a blessing from God, just because of the journey I've had with it. Like you in prison, you could look back and think, would I have seen that ball anywhere else than where I was? Was that like a call to wake up or something? You know, like
I
your
was
life.
called. There's
You
no
know,
doubt in my mind. Yeah.
so it's all part of it. Everything is part of our journey, even you know.
Yeah, it
Anything,
really is.
Oh, it gives us a better appreciation. It's given me a better appreciation of, and every morning I will thank God for another day, because we can. It sort of made me realize that we can go any moment, you know. And I should have been
Yeah.
dead like 3 months ago, according to the NHS.
Really?
Yeah, well, about 19 months ago, they said, "Oh, Richard, we've seen a shadow on your lung. You got 80." And I said, right, and I gone up there and I said, right, I don't want any. I'm not having any operations. I'm not having any more scans. I'm not having any more of this.
Right.
I'm leaving it up to God. And I said this to my consultant. I said, right, that's it. My life is now in God's hands. I don't want anything to do with any surgery or anything like that. So I got a letter. I got it somewhere, and it said, "You've got 16 months left to live." It said it on a letter. You've got 16 months left to live, and that was about 19 months ago. So I should be dead, according to.
Yeah. And you know what's weird is my dad had cancer, right? And he had it in his lungs. It was that mesothelioma because he worked in the chemical plants for 20 years and better. Well, he refused treatment like 25 years ago when they told him he had it, right? Well, he lived to be in his 70s and he died of alcoholism. He didn't even die of the cancer. Yeah, but when they did find it in his lungs when he was dead, but you know, he knew he had it, but he drank himself to death. I mean, he was miserable, my dad. But you know, he was a good guy, but he was just misled, maybe. I don't know. The alcohol got him, you know, really did. It was sad.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
thing
glad
that
that you're with us and that you're cognizant. I mean, you know, it's taking so many. It really is.
what's that?
Cancer.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and it's ramped up as well. The old gee whiz.
Yep.
That is causing some, and that shit they're spraying in the sky. There's some really.
Yeah.
It's noticeable. The last, I don't know. They say like the last 5 years, skin cancer cases have gone up. The sun is good for us. The sun is good for us.
I know. They are doing this. They spray so much, and you and I both know. I mean, I've seen your videos, and They spray all the time here, all the time. At night, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to work. Okay. When I walk outside my house to take my dog out in the morning, there's chemtrails all out in the sky already.
Yeah.
They spray all night and all day.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it. It's hard to
Yeah.
forgive. I'm trying.
Well, God will deal with them. God will deal with them. God will deal with them. The end of this earth will be a blessing because it will be rebooted and the children will have a future.
I hope so. I have children, but they won't listen to me. They're sleeping. They're sleepers.
Yeah, but as long as we can get them through. How old are your children?
My daughter's 26 and my son is 24.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And they won't listen. They think I'm crazy.
This is the thing. Even if this great reset didn't happen and you know we got rid of all the scumbags, humanity ain't gonna change, is it? The traits
they're
of
kind of
humanity
weird.
aren't gonna change. We need what humanity needs is it needs reboot. It does need a reboot. It needs amnesia, mass amnesia, and then a reboot. Somebody to come down, God to come down and educate the world in how to be again. So there's no.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. That's what the Great Reset is. God's Great Reset is what it's going to be, and all those that want to be, put in that Garden of Eden and will obey
and
God.
you know, Richard, I've been saying this for years. I mean, literally, like at least 3 years. Is that I'm glad because I don't know how long I can stand to watch it anymore. I don't know how people have been awake for like 10, 15 years, 20 years or whatever. Sometimes they'll talk to people and I'm like, how have you sat here and watched this that long? Like, I might go crazy. Like, I literally want to walk off into the woods every single day. I want to go off in the mountains and just never come back, like into society. But I don't have the skills, or I would. I really would.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
wild. But we do need that reset, I think. You know.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And it will either will or won't happen. It depends whether scripture is factual, actual, the way it's going to be, and the way it was, and the way it is, or it's some very clever, cunning psychological operation again.
I know, right? It's hard to figure that out.
But I know this is what it does. It actually works in my life. I know it's worked in your life as well. When you attune yourself with the intent to try and to please God, and have that you want to be all positivity in the eyes of God, and obeying the Ten Commandments, holy. But miracles, I call them miracles. They happen. They happen in your life. Anybody that's born again, genuinely, well, just born again. I've actually born again. It's boom.
Oh, it was by fire, Richard. When I woke up, it was by fire. I felt like it burned through me like I knew when I saw what people described as waking up, right? Because I didn't know, man. I really had nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. But when I saw in the Bible how they described waking up to God and Jesus and how it burns through you and you have all this, like, you just want to repent. I literally, when God woke me and I realized the truth of the Bible and stuff, I hit my knees hard. It was like walking into a brick wall. And thank goodness, because it's the only thing I have to live for, and it's the only thing good besides Jack in my life. Like, seriously. Like, I just am so happy he gave me the opportunity to be a better person and the opportunity to go to heaven. Seriously, I don't want to be here. I don't like it here. I never did. I never did. So I'm super happy about that, you know?
Yeah, and I am for you as well. And, you know, our journey, I mean, you said you were a fighter, you know, from birth. Well,
I still am. I still am. And I still love guns. And I still love all that. Doesn't mean I want to hurt anybody. It just means that I am that kind of person.
You know, but you're in a position where you physically you can protect.
Yes.
You know, physically you can protect the children.
And I will.
Children.
Yeah.
You know, and
I beg to serve daily. I beg to serve daily. What would make me happier than to be able to serve my God, you know, and Jesus in any way possible. And whatever that entails, I pray on it literally daily to put that in my path so I can serve. And no matter what happens, I will always do the right thing. You know, it's just how I feel, and have begged God to allow me to serve in whatever capacity that entails. And I will.
Yeah, it's so humbling, I think.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Oh, it just gets me excited.
I fret that other people don't what they're missing out on, for one thing.
Right. It was sad to me at first. Now I'm like, not everybody can come. This ain't for everybody. I understand now. I looked at COVID after the second year and I was like, okay, this is judgment. This is judgment. And what can I say? I'm a sinner too. I know. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody. All I'm saying is that if you deny the truth, then that's judgment for you. That's just how it is. You know? Sad. Very sad. So my children don't believe, you know?
Well, not yet.
Yeah. I mean, hey, think I don't pray for them? I sure do. I love my children, but they think I'm literally crazy. Yeah. It's wild.
Yeah, it's something to twang them. Something to twang them. We say, you know, I'm not very good at a public prayer. I just waffle on and, you know, but I will pray that well, I mean, to ease your burden on your own mind, because it must, you know, being a parent. I'm not a parent, see, so for me,
it was hard at first. Now, I mean, I love my children. You know, it's been very hard. Especially my daughter said these exact words. She said, "Mom, I think you're losing touch with reality," because I told her about vaccines. I begged her to research them because I have 2 grandsons. And I was like, Taylor, you know, why would I ever lie? Did I ever lie to you? And she said, no. I said, why would I start now? I love you. Like, I wouldn't even lie to you, you know? And she just wouldn't accept anything I had to say. She's in the medical field. She's in the EMS. Wow. And she wouldn't hear me, man. And it broke my heart at first. And then it made me angry. You know, I kind of went through the stages of grief already. Like, I was like, oh, well, what can I do? I can't force her to listen to me. I can't force her to look at the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I pray for her. I pray for my son. My son, I know, guys, this is going to sound, I know I'm kind of popping it out, but my son's a transsexual.
Oh,
so you already know. You already know. And I disagree with it completely, but I can't force him to listen to me. And I think that they did it when he had the vaccines. And I'm not even going to lie to you. When my son was 5 years old, he was perfectly normal, liked girls, everything. He went and got vaccinated for school, and all of a sudden he started acting girly, wanting to wear pink all the time and stuff. And I knew right away. I thought, well, I was a normie then. I was like, oh, well, my son's going to be gay. Not a big deal. You know, I have to deal with what I got to deal with, which I did. Then he came out as a transsexual when he was 14. And it blew my mind, even as a normie that wasn't religious. I went, are you kidding? You just picked the hardest road you could possibly walk. I said, I got your back 100%, but does it have to be this? You know what I mean? Like, we had the discussion and I was mind blown. So do I have love for the people? Yes. Do I love my son? Absolutely. Would I back him up? Yes, I would. But at the same time, I disagree. Okay. I disagree with his lifestyle completely.
Yeah.
You know, but that's been a heartbreaking thing to go through, because I don't want him to be locked out of heaven.
Well, he's a forgiving God, really.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. I don't want to. I'm not going to dwell on anything medical, because I don't want to. I don't want to disobey the.
Right. And I forget about that, because you know.
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, if the worst comes to the worst and they take this live stream down, I can copy it off of StreamYard, because they hold it there. I can just replay it and copy it off and just edit out certain things. I'd rather not. This is like but I put a couple of. I'm so behind with the comments. They don't actually run in order with what you said. I think the last one was about your testimony. And I think that was going back to when you mentioned about the bowl. So that popped out. I just put that out there, and that's like 10. It might have been made about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Somebody just.
I just want to. Yeah. Sorry.
You could. Yeah. No, don't say sorry. It's I'm going over it now just to see if there's any wrenches I can give out. You call them wrenches. I call them spanners. Just as somebody, because you can, if you've got a spanner, a blue spanner, you can actually open a person's channel.
Right. Yeah, you can drop links. Right. Yeah, I'm a channel on a few. I mean, I'm a mod on a few channels, but yeah, you can.
Yeah. But you know, you can get to tell who's genuine, and you know, all the mods on my channel, I think, well, yeah, I've known them for long enough.
We've known each other a while now. I see
Oh,
you
absolutely.
everywhere.
Yeah. I would have given you. Oh, Firefox is being slowed down. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. And I'm not in the greatest place either. I'm in Houston, so and you know, just outside the city, but I don't like it. Oh, I don't like the city at all. Okay. I'm a construction worker right now. It's the best I can do, you know, with a felony record.
What are you doing? Did you say a construction worker?
I am.
Wow.
I'm wearing my work garb right now. Don't mind me.
Is that right? What exactly are you doing then?
Well, I'm flagging right now, but I do various things. Yeah.
Even.
It's an easy job to get as a felon, because a lot of jobs you can't get as a felon, you know.
As a what? A lady?
A felon. A felon. Somebody who's violated the law.
Oh.
A felon.
What would you like to do? What if you had to do something? What would you like to do?
I want to be free. I don't want to do anything in this society. I don't like it. When I was young, I wanted to be a teacher, and when I was older, I went to school. I went to college a few times. I've been to college for psychology. I wanted to be a psychologist. I thought, you know, that the system was legit then. Of course, I know it's not now. And then I took politics. I took political science and public speaking. That's what I did.
Public speaking as well. Oh, it's useful. It's useful. What about in a utopian society then, where everybody had to do something?
Oh, I would definitely be a healer and a gardener. That's what I would do. I would run a garden. I would have animals. You know, I love all the things of the earth, of course. And my dream is to be off grid, you know, eventually. But saving money to buy land here and fighting the government for every little inch you get is something else. So I study law. Of course, that's what led me to SIB, you know, Brandon. And I've been on his channel for 5 years, 4 years now. And I also am a mod on RV's channel, RV Truth. I don't know if you know. You probably know who that is. Yeah, I am. But you know, I jumped in early, and I really started talking to these people. When I was going through my awakening, I was having a hard time, and I had to talk to some people with more knowledge than me, because I felt like way behind. I was like, oh, I got to catch up. We're going to go to war. You know, I immediately start training with guns and MMA. Like I said, I like to fight. Always have. It's put on my heart for that, I guess. I don't know. But I am proficient in weapons, and I am proficient in fighting. And, you know, I love my pit bull. And I just am. That's what I'm called to do. It's just what I do. But I'm very much interested in the law and the legal system and the way that they're raping our people, because that's what they're doing. And it's disgusting. And constantly, I am reading up on case law, like literally all the time. This is what I do, you know.
Wow.
To fight, because I was born to fight. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What way to spend your life, though? What way to spend your life? You know, just trying to right the wrongs of the world. If we didn't have to right the wrongs of the world and expose truth,
it's a worthy dream, Richard. It's a worthy dream.
You know, it's a bit of a piss off, isn't it? Really.
Oh man, didn't I go through the anger?
Yeah, having to film chemtrails and, you know, protest government flipping mandates and.
Yes.
You know,
you want to know what made me the most angry? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. There's like a lag. But you want to know what made me the most angry was watching the people willfully deny what was in their face. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was just like telling people, and they're like looking at people I've known for 20 years, you know, or better, like my family and stuff. And I'm like, you guys know me. You know I'm not crazy. Like, why won't you listen to me? Why are you listening to the TV and you're not hearing what I'm telling you? Literally, they're admitting the things that they're doing. I mean, you can look it up and you still believe them over me. Like, it blew my mind. I was so angry.
Yeah.
They're not meant to see. I can't make that happen. God has to make that happen.
100%, 100%. But this is the thing, it's knowing. I think one of the secrets is knowing when to let go.
Yeah, I had to do that.
You know, because it's draining. It's very draining, isn't it? You know, all my family are totally bought into the old thing. You know, they've gone along with the thing and the thing.
You've come a long way, man. I've come a long way in the last few years. It's been hard, you know.
Yeah, and there's my mum. My mum comes down once a month to visit from Bristol.
That's
and so again,
did you say, who did you say come to visit?
my mother, my mum.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't travel. I don't go out to Bristol. I haven't been out there for years. My home city, but
where are you?
I'm in Taunton, Somerset, southwest England.
Yeah.
UK.
The UK.
Yeah. It's UK.
What a blessing it is to be able to meet you and talk to you on here.
Oh,
that's
100%.
Such a blessing.
Well, it's a destiny, Angie.
It's awesome.
It's just
Love
a destiny of what I would say is God bringing people together, really.
Absolutely, absolutely, and absolutely.
And everything between you and me, as in distance, everything, there's that energy going from you to me, and everybody in between it is going to be in
I love it.
in line with that energy, and it's the same with everybody.
Yes, and I tell people that all the time. I'm like, listen, this isn't always going to be here. So all the memories that I'm making and the friendships that I'm making through this devil's device here that we use, and that's what I call it because it's devil tech. But God allowed us to come together here, and I treasure every friend I've made and every moment because I've never felt that kind of love for people before. I was kind of miserable back in the day, but since I woke up, it's just been a blessing to be able to reach out. And don't you know, if I wouldn't have had my friends online and people that were awake too to turn to at that time, I might have gone crazy or ended up back in prison.
Yeah.
So it was such a blessing, and it still is today.
Absolutely,
hey,
it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And you know, have you heard of ley lines? Are you familiar with ley lines, like energy lines across?
No,
here?
I don't know anything about that really.
Ley lines, LEY lines. Now, there's one called St. Michael's ley line. It runs from somewhere in Norwich, Norfolk, down to Cornwall, and it runs. It's an energy line.
Yeah, I know what ley lines are. I just don't. I have never researched them.
Yeah. Well, I got one. St. Michael's ley line runs about 100 yards away from me.
No kidding.
No kidding. No kidding. It's really bizarre how. And what they've actually done is stuck a 5G a G-Wiz tower right on it.
Of course. There's such a it's a strange evil that they're doing. This is a strange magic they're using that we don't understand. There's a lot of things about it that are quite like because I know all of us have like a different kind of like spin on things and a gift, right? Well, for me, it's always been the numbers and the symbols, and I like to fight. Those are for me. But I find that everybody across the body has different gifts, and you have to treasure that. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's a collective, isn't it? It's well, like you say, different parts of we're part of the same body, but
right.
Just say like we're different cells in the same body.
Yeah, like just like that. Just like
different different drops of water in the same ocean. We're
it's
all
amazing.
Yeah. So, and that's the way I see it, and it's awesome, really. It's just so beautiful to think like that, and I'm sort of reminded of Bruce Lee when he says, "Just be water."
Be water, my friend. I used to love Bruce Lee too. Obviously, I would.
Yeah. And that it's just these little things. You think, is that relevant? Oh yeah, I think it actually is. Yeah, it's just V for Vendetta. There's a line in it when Evie says, and she goes out in the rain after she'd been freed from fear. Have you seen V for Vendetta? No, watch it. Watch it. I've got it here. If I could send you.
What's your name?
It's called V for Vendetta.
Oh, the movie. Oh yeah. I thought you were talking about the channel. Yeah, I've seen that before.
There's that line in it, and she's freed from fear of death, isn't she? When she was when V locked her up and shaved her head and put her through torture.
Yeah, I remember.
And then she lost the fear of death, and then he released her, and she went out onto the balcony, and it was pissing down with rain, and she said, "God is in the rain."
That's it.
There's another. It's just like you think, is it? I'll just pick these little droplets, and they all amalgamate into just one message. You know,
isn't it strange? Everything's so strange.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. There's no, and the best line in it, one of the best. Well, no, the best line in it is, "There is no such thing as coincidence. Only the illusion."
I was just thinking that. It's funny you said that. Yeah, there really isn't, and I say it all the time. I'm like, there is no coincidences. This is all. Everything means something. Everything.
100%. And somebody said to me, coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. Okay, and I thought, wow, boom.
Makes
coincidence
sense.
is God's way. However, I dwelled on it overnight. It was just in there, coincidence, because I thought, wow, that's brilliant. That's beautiful. That. And then I thought, coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous, unless you know God.
You know, right.
Coincidence. You know, that is God. You know?
I do know. And I go through this daily. There's so many little things. And like I said, I see the numbers. I've always been attracted to the numbers and the symbols. So I see them everywhere. And if I told people how often, they would think I was nuts. But that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't care what they think anymore. But all day at work, you know, I'm outside and I'm around everything, and you know what your eyes happen to catch, and these things, like, they're what other people would call coincidence, I know better. You know what I mean? I'm like, he's talking to me. Sometimes I'll get aggravated and I'll be like, just tell me. Just tell me.
Yeah, that's it. I know you hear people saying, "Oh, God talks to me, he's talking to me." Well, and I have asked, "Oh, please." And I was walking down the street. It was sunny. The sun was behind me, and I was walking into town. And it's about a mile walk. So anyway, I'm walking into town a couple of years ago now, actually before the old lockdown. And I left home. I don't do it anymore. I was going to start doing it, but I used to pray at my front door before I went out. Please, God, please let me meet people. That's all I asked for. I want to meet people and just share what I'm experiencing. And so I'm walking down the street, and I'm saying, "Oh my Lord, oh my Lord, oh my dear Lord, dear Lord, dear Lord, dear Lord, please, please let me know you're there. Speak to me. Give me a sign." And I was like feeling for like a tap on my shoulder or a hug, and I kept looking down because the sun was behind me. I kept looking down to see if I could see a shadow, you know. But I got into town. I met 6 people. One guy that I had a conversation with was called Angel, 23-year-old guy. Prior to that, I met an old guy sat outside the first guy that was sat outside the bank. I was going into the bank, Nationwide Building Society, and he was sat there like this, like in his 70s, maybe 80s. You have one of those walking frames that you could sit on. So and he was sat and he was like this, and I just said, "Hello, you look a bit glum." Anyway, he said, "No, I was just deep in thought." Anyway, we got into a conversation about God. Okay. Anyway, I went in the bank. I came back out, and he was waiting to carry the conversation on.
Nice.
Which I thought, oh wow, you know, that's quite a rarity. Okay, usually people run on. But anyway, I left. Then his wife. No, he was with his wife. So anyway, then I walked around the corner. Then there was a guy here. I said, "Hello, how are you?" All right, got into a chat with him. He was an actor. Okay, he was 23 years old. Well, we got chatting, and I said, I've directed him to my YouTube channel. I don't know where he followed it or not, but I said, "What's your name then?" He said, "Well, Angel." Okay.
What?
Right. Angel. This is a bloke called Angel. Now, I left him. He was going to the bank, funny enough, and it was like getting near closing time. So he said, I got to go. We were chatting for about 20 minutes. So he toddled off to the bank. And I got to I was in the town, the marketplace in town. So like a big roundabout. And I videoed this because as soon as I heard it, I got my camera out. And I could hear we got a trumpeter, a street trumpeter, a busker. He's actually, a busker, but he's pretty world famous now. Louis Martello plays in my town, and all of a sudden I could hear. So I whipped out the camera, I videoed it. I've uploaded it. Louis Martello, When the Saints Go Marching, and they played this, and I'd gone up, and it's the first time I'd actually met him. And I videoed it. I'm going around. And he played another tune on his guitar, on his trumpet. So I met Angel playing When the Saints Go Marching In, and then I met another guy. I left this to Louis, shook his hand. He's a born again Christian, oddly enough. So I walked down and I got another homeless friend, Michelle, and she's wheelchair bound, and she sells a Big Issue. So she was sat outside Debenhams, and I'd gone down and I spent an hour with her if ever I catch her, and I just sat there. And this guy walked up, and this was actually between the lockdowns sort of thing. So it wasn't. It might have been a year and a half ago, something like that, in the summer. So it was a year and a half ago, and in fact, when I uploaded that Louis Martello video of him playing When the Saints Go Marching In, and I walked down the road, so I'm chatting with Michelle, and up walked this guy. I met him before, but I didn't know who he was. So anyway, I got talking about there used to be a prayer room, okay, and it just opened up in like an old antique shop. It was a little old antique shop. The antique shop shut down. It was never open anyway, and a prayer group had opened up in it. And I started talking to him about there was a prayer room down there, and I said, it's all shut now. He said, yeah, I started that up. So I met the guy, Sam his name is. I met the guy that set the prayer room up. Now what are the chances of him being there, knowing Michelle, knowing me? And I mentioned about a prayer room that he started up. So I formed it, and he was a born again Christian. And then I met two other people after that, one in Sainsbury's, and I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. But to me, I was sort of like all the way home. As soon as I left Sainsbury's, I was saying, thank you, God, thank you.
That's it too. The coincidences do talk.
100%. And my best one about God talking to me without speaking, and I'll be very brief with this one. I went to St Mary's Church of England. I was christened in the Church of England when I was a baby, and so I got into this church. It was an evening thing, and I tell this all the time. This one, but anyway, so I'm in the church. I didn't recognize any of the hymns, so I couldn't sing it. I didn't recognize even the tunes. But at the end of the service, because it was Church of England, the vicar said, "God save the Queen." There was no mention of Jesus Christ at all while I was there, and I'd only stumbled across it. I was on my way home this evening, and I popped in. I sat down. God save the Queen, and I said verbally. I didn't shout it out. I said, "Oh, well, what about God save the homeless? What about God save the elderly? What about God save the children?" But the first thing I said was, "What about God save the homeless?" So I come out. As soon as I come out of that church, I denounced being C of E. Okay, so I went freelance.
And that's how it is here. That's how it is here too. The churches. Yeah.
10 days later, 11 days later, I went out on a Sunday for a walk. Now up the road, we've got a race course for horses. It's about a mile up the road. So I went on this Sunday little ramble late afternoon. I'm on the racetrack walking up. I got some photographs of it, and I can see in the distance and down in the little valley down there, I can see this old church tower, and I'm interested in old buildings. So I'll wander down there. So I wandered down. I walked around it, taking lots of photographs of bits falling off, etc. It's a really old church anyway. So I got around the front, and the door was open about 4 inches. So I peered my head in, and there was a service going on. I got invited in. There was about a dozen people in there, and I got invited in. It was a really, really, really weird experience. But I'll get straight to the end The vicar, this is a Church of England church as well. The vicar at the end said, God save the homeless.
Really? That's crazy.
Now, is that God speaking to me?
Absolutely. I would say so. Yeah.
It is, isn't it? And I that was me born again. I believed in God because God answered my question from a week and a half before. Because I said, what about God help the homeless? What about God save the homeless?
Right. Right. And I've been homeless and I agree. And yes, that's absolutely God talking. And that's how he does it. It's not like you would think. At least I don't think. I wish it was simple like that, but it's really 1,000 different things in a day. Like it's crazy.
But that one was like
blaring.
That was literally thank you, God. And that was it really. There ain't no going back.
No.
There's no going back.
Never.
I hear of born again Christians that
I wouldn't want to go back, Richard. I wouldn't go back to how I was before for anybody's money or things or anything like that because, salvation means everything to me because it represents freedom.
And I guess, I'm a simple man. I like chatting. I like people's company. I love people, despite, what state their mind is in. Through the nurture process. Forgive them for they know what they do, because the whole of humanity has been nurtured from, especially your mainstream masses have been taken out of the womb, pumped full of fucking toxins.
Everything. And they've been poisoned down. See, this is the question I used to ask myself, Richard. I would be like, why me? Because I've eaten and ingested the poisons and the crap that everybody eats. I've probably done more than most, you know what I mean? So I was like, why me? Why do I see and they don't see? I didn't get that. It was weirding me out real hard at first. I didn't get it,
Well, do you know now why?
I think so.
What do you reckon?
I think that I was chosen for a reason. Like, I don't have fear. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to speak out. I'm not afraid to help anybody. I will protect people. I don't, I never bought into the system. I mean, I'm not sure exactly why, but I would think that would have a lot to do with it,
You don't feel comfortable in this world?
At all.
Right,
never have.
Thing as me. Everything you said is the same as me and probably the same as everybody else.
Yep.
No, even, if I had 100 million quid sat here, would I be comfortable? No, because I know what's going on over there behind some closed door and over there.
I think we're something like caretakers, maybe. I don't know. I really don't.
We are carrying a torch for Jesus Christ. That is it. That's what you're here for.
Yeah, and I love him.
Why God made you and gave you the journey that you've gone through is to make you fearless and strong. This is the only thing I can rationalize. If I got to rationalize everything, this is the only reason we have gone through trials and tribulations in our own little lives. We've seen the light. I seen the light when I was 7. A light, but why?
Been through a lot.
And you're a beacon. You're a beacon of strength. You're a beacon of joy. You're a beacon of beauty. You're a beacon of compassion and love. You carry the torch for Jesus Christ, and that's the only rational thing I could think of as to why some people wake up at different times, and some people were woken up in 2018, like you, just in time.
Just in time. In time. And I felt like you gave this, like, I couldn't believe the mercy, right? But I think that God knows that not only will we live for him, but we'll also die for him. You know what I mean?
Die for him. That is the thing. Carry my cross. Yeah, Jesus Christ, please do let me. Let my life be taken, but you carry on.
Let it mean something. That's right. That's it. Yeah, and that's how I feel too.
I struggled for a long time, accepting, not in a nasty way. I just felt guilty that he died for me, and I still do. Honestly, it's too beautiful. It's the most beautiful
what
thing.
A gift, right? What a gift.
Honestly. And for me to accept that, what for me, you know, all the sins I've done when I knew I was doing sins, you know, I knew it was wrong to steal or think evil of somebody, or, you know, I've never murdered anybody or raped anybody, or, you know, but I cursed people, I thought ill of people,
Right.
you know.
I've done some pretty horrible things, but
But
I know he forgave me and I forgave myself.
yeah, but this is the thing, I'm prepared to repay the grace and favor that he did for us, and for me, I'm prepared for it.
Me too.
You know.
Me too.
And
what a gift.
oh, it's yeah.
I know, and you know, it's been weird lately. Like in the last couple weeks, I have really I've been emotional. It's been strange, and it's not just a woman thing. Like I'm not typically emotional like that, but for the last couple weeks, things have been really slapping me in the face. Like, you know, I've really been starting to feel like I did before COVID when something was going to happen. And I'm not the only one because I've talked to some of my friends, you know, awake friends, because that's all I have. And they say the same. And they're like, yeah, I'm starting to get the feeling too. Like something's coming. It's just, you already know. You already know they're always planning and plotting. And you know, I mean, a lot of us have been attacked in our sleep and other things, which used to happen to me until I got this. As soon as I got Jack, I stopped having that sleep paralysis. I had that all my life. And then when I got Jack, it went away. I prayed and prayed for that to go away. It was horrible. You know, waking up, like trying to scream and stuff like that. I went through that for many, many years since I was a child, you know, and then fighting in my sleep like that made me hate sleep. But it's been weird lately. Like I've been a little emotional. So I'm just like, whatever comes, I just want to be as ready as possible and be able to help anyone I can. You know what I mean? And then we'll take it from there. I'm not afraid. Yeah. I'm excited a little bit. I'm ready.
I'm excited because it's going to be the end of the shit.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Children will be safe. Everybody will be safe. That's
the
what
children,
I'm
especially.
Oh well, we're all children. We're all children, just at different ages.
Yes, that's true. But the real children that we have, like these children out here that they're doing these things to, that broke my heart, man. I cried for days over that. Like it was harsh.
And this is what God has to step in at that point when humanity is no longer the man and the woman is no longer God's creation.
Right. It's horrible.
But that is, yeah, it's is it exciting? Yeah, I think so, because
absolutely. Don't you know the truth was the best thing I ever found in my life? Because I always knew something was wrong. I always knew something was wrong. Like I was like, what? Why? I remember when I was 15. I'm gonna end with this because I have to go to bed because I get up early. But I want to tell you this real quick. When I was 15, I used to tell my mom all the time. My mom thought I was crazy because I would always ask, do you believe in God? Do you believe in heaven? Do you believe in this? Believe in that? And now my family, my mom especially, was not religious. They didn't believe, you know what I mean? She was not a believer at all. So she didn't know where this was coming from, right? So I used to tell her when I was 14, 15, I would say, why does everybody know something that I don't know and they won't tell me? I need to know. And I would get angry and scream like into a rage. I would be like, why won't you tell me what's going on? What's going on? And she didn't know. Obviously, she didn't know. I didn't know that though. And, you know, she would be like, you're crazy. There's something wrong with you. And literally put me in a mental hospital. But I knew something was wrong and I couldn't figure out what it was. But I've been that way all my life. And when I found the truth, I cried in joy to know that this is what I've been looking for all my life. And I finally found it. It was the most edifying part of my life. Amazing. Still brings me joy to this day. Still brings me joy.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I've really enjoyed being on and thank you for having me. But I do need to get up at 4 a.m., which is kind of stinky, but I got to do it.
What can I say? Except thanks for sharing your testimony. That was, you know, there were some comments in there, but it was like, wow, it's an amazing testimony. It's an amazing experience.
Thank you, and you as well.
And oh, absolutely. It's just a shame that the whole experience can't be conveyed.
It can though, because we know, you know, and I'm just happy, and I just want you to know that I love you. You're my brother, and everybody in chat. If there's anyone left, I love you guys, man. And we're gonna truck through this. We're gonna be just fine, and we'll all meet down by the river in heaven, okay? Because I'll see you all there for sure.
Yeah.
If God loves me, I'm coming.
Angie, and yeah, keep on trucking.
Absolutely. You too. And I'll see you. I'll see you in the rooms. I'll see you.
Yeah.
All of you.
I love you
Gotta
too.
go.
You take care. Keep smiling.
I will.
All
Bye.
Right. Love you. God bless. Praise the Lord. Wow. Oh, wow. I'm missing all the comments. I'm up to 4.5 hours now. Well, how can I manage to go on for so long? Yeah. Yeah. It's skin cancer. James, if you're still there, but yeah. And they weren't seeing anybody for 2 years, so the backlog is massive. But there was a massive explosion of skin cancer, wasn't there? It probably coincided with something they were doing in the sky. I'm going to flick through these a minute, because I can't really think of anything more I can add, unless anyone else wants to come in and share anything. I actually need to use the little boys' room. I'm going through the comments here. Oh, I do need a wee. Yeah. Well, while I'm going through here, I'm gonna thank the people. Thank you all for being part of this, really. And it would be great if we were all sat around a table, I think, without technology, just having a natter. I think that's you know, it'd be better, really. But yeah. Oh, Danny, you're in the house. That was half an hour ago. I'm 0003. It's 34 minutes past midnight now, so it's 25 to 1. Wow. Bear with me a minute. I'm just gonna walk the dog a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's a dog walked. 6 people still waiting to come on. Shall I sling the link in again? I've still got a lot of comments here to get through. These are going back half an hour. Wow. Yeah. IPM West, right, right, back at the bottom. Malibu Sky Music Hills 3, yes. Let's have a look. Yeah. Thank you very much, Angie, for, you know, the more people share their experience and the wider it can go is obviously the better it is, isn't it? So, you know, testimonies are, you know, different. Like I said, it's difficult to get a sensation across with just words. It's got to be experienced. Yeah. Right. Well, I like this lady. Yeah, Angie. I think I've known Angie for, well, it's quite a few years, really. I think going back. Mo. Listen, I'm sorry. I really do apologize for earlier on. I can't, you know, it's playing on my flipping. I know what you were like, Moira. You're very forgiving. I know that, and you do understand, I guess, in that. So, oh, you don't look rough, honestly. Okay, Trinity. Yeah, I'll look up everybody's channels when I get back, because I'm using StreamYard to watch this. So when I get back on the live stream, I'll go through everybody's comments and look up people's channels, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Malibu's still driving. Right, so I'm up to 4 hours 38 minutes. There's not a huge amount I can do talk about now, apart from be proactive, really. And if you can, and if anybody's got any last ideas they want to share, speak now or make a video about it, or I'll probably subscribe. So I don't think Trinity 88, I've met your channel yet. If you're not spannered up, I will spanner you up, and anybody else, never give up. Absolutely that. I think that is probably the comment I'm gonna finish on. Okay, so I thank Jesus Christ for making me what I am. Never give up, ever. Yeah, we can see who has the last word in your household. It's probably Jack, is it? Okay, right, I'm going to bid you all good night now. Thank you ever so much for your company. What more can I say? I don't like goodbyes, but let's just say it's I don't know what it is. It's a pause for breath. Okay. Right, I'm going to share my screen as I go out, because if you want to do a live stream, it's a simple thing to do. It's simple. If anybody needs any advice on how to do it, right, I'm just gonna hide your content so you can see, and I am gonna shut it down now. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes, 44. Ooh. All these little things you can change, screen share, things like that. Okay, but There's a link to StreamYard. Just try. It doesn't cost anything. Don't cost anything. You get about 20 hours free a month. Don't cost anything. You can have about 10 people on for a chat. Don't cost anything. Forgive me if I've forgotten any names, and I'm gonna leave that comment. Thank you to everyone. I had a great time together. Blessings all round. My sentiments exactly, James. Thank you ever so much. Oh, sorry. Oh, Mo, you're funny. 20p to me. Oh, God bless you all. Okay. And I like James, you pretty much said what I'd like to say, actually. So, all right, I'm going to jolly off now. You can see where the cursor is going round in the middle. I'm going up to end broadcast up here. Okay, so I'll say I love you all. I do love you all, and I mean that in all sincerity. I truly do. I truly do. And that's it. So I'll push that. It comes up end broadcast, and when I push that, that's the end of me. Link. What do you want a link for? No, Boo, what do you want a link for? I haven't ended it yet. Oh, does anybody want to Boo, do you want an after hours chat? Oh, you're driving, aren't you? Link, please. Excellent. If you've got a wrench, you can link, please. I'm not sure exactly what that is referring to. Never mind if you're tired. What, me? No, I'm not tired. I'm just running out of things to say. I've done it all. I've done the reactive versus proactive, boycott and DIY anarchy. Boycott, do not consent. It also includes that. Cut down on your electricity intake. Put another jumper on. That's proactive and boycotting the energy companies. Learn to Boo, I'm not tired. I'm tired of this world, but I'm not tired of chatting. I'm not tired of the company. So oh, I've got your link, please. Right, I've got you. My brain is like I'm like I'm like quite silly. Yeah, you're right. I just put it in there. Yeah, my brain was not working then. Right, so the link's there. If anybody wants to come in, just to say goodbye without YouTube listening. Good night, Mo. I know. I'm not signing off. If you, Boo, I just put a link in the description in the chat. I'm going to count from 10 to 0. I'm not signing off yet. I'm going to count to 0 from 10, and then I am going to push the end broadcast. So if anybody wants to come in before I come in before I hit 0, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 0. See, I'm currently I want somebody to push it. All right, I'm going to end it in. Right, so what am I up to? I'm down to 1. Okay, 3/4, half, 3/8, quarter, an 1/8, a 16th, 32nd. Yeah, okie doke, James. Right, I'm going to push this button up here now. You've got 5 seconds before I push this, but I love you all. Thank you ever so much for everybody's company, everybody's input. No trolls, funny enough. Wonder why. Okay. Down the road.